Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Toast. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Let me hear myself. I think I can hear myself. Apologies for being a little bit late. I had to do things. I had things to do. All right. So how do I tell this story? What's the Muni Long? Sounds like an endangered water bird. No, no. Um, I there is some white people business that we need to get into, but I think I'll do that at the end of the stream. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that at the end of the stream. And the reason I'm going to do it at the end of the stream is so that people can check out. Um, but I was in a conversation with someone at lunch today, and I realized that I have some work to do on myself still. I thought I was good, but I realized I had some work to do on myself because the question was asked. The the, the question was there's this Wizard Liz is this content creator online. In the after show, I'll talk about it with y'all. But welcome everyone. Welcome, 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 welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Go. Hopefully you're home and you're zipping it and zoing it. So I didn't know who Wizard Liz was until like a couple days ago when her fiance cheated on her. She's like this huge YouTuber and TikToker with like 8 million subscriber, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, she's like 4 months pregnant. I don't lie. I don't know how many months pregnant. I'm gonna say 4, but let's say 2 or 3. I don't know. I don't care. And her boyfriend or fiance, who she did a Q&A with, which we'll watch the Q&A in the after show. Apparently they were together, they're talking about their relationship and whatever. It came out that he cheated on her. And so I'm talking to these people, some white women. There were like 3 white women, me and another black woman, and they were like, "Oh my God, can you imagine being a single mother after you've had such a great presence online? It's just wow. I can't believe a man would cheat on this woman." And I didn't say anything, but in my head, there, there, I ain't right, but there are a couple of things that I thought. First is, why do you think this man not going to cheat? He might look like a hermit and she might look beautiful. Better you go cheat. Like the fact that y'all think, how could a man cheat, and you're surprised by a man cheating is absolutely like bizarre to me. I didn't say that. What spilled out of my mouth, what I vomited in the conversation, and I caught myself before I finished what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna tell y'all what I was gonna say. So I was like, how far along is she? Obviously, that's not meaningful. Like I could spin that so many ways. And I just didn't respond after they said they didn't know. I just let it go. Because there is a cure. If you don't want to be if you don't if you don't want to be a single mother, there is a cure. I I mean, look, I didn't say you should do anything. I did. I don't. I think it's wild to just assume there aren't any option. I think it's wild to be there thinking you have no options. So, anywho, I realize I need some deep work because here's the thing: the child was created out of love. apparently, at least on one side of the equation. And you should not be tying whether or not you have that child to whether or not the man is there, right? But I'm putting myself as someone who is a man who has never thought about whether or not I would ever have to carry a child. If I were a woman with my mind right now, I would never carry a child. It looks too painful. It looks like a mess. I would never put my body through that. It would never happen. Like, I would never do it. I don't care about, no. You can call it vain. You can call it selfish. It would never happen, right? I am not going to physically carry a child. I would never do it, right? So I'm thinking, okay, say I'm a woman and I know that about myself, and I found some man and I got pregnant because I'm so in love and whatever. And I'm pregnant and the man cheats and I'm breaking up. I don't know that I'm keeping that child. I don't, I mean, it's not even a child yet, right? Like, it's still a fetus, no sentience. I'm pro-abortion, so ain't no problem there. I'm not. I, I'm not raising a child on my own. I'm not doing it. So, um, that ain't right. So, that's that. On that, I just I am glad I didn't finish my sentence. Yeah, that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm very happy that I didn't finish what I wanted to say. All right, how are y'all doing today? Taylor Swift got her masters back. For anyone who cares, um, this Money Long story would have been something that I did on my music channel. So you should be happy that I'm doing it here, as if anyone asked me. And I have something to show y'all. I have something to show y'all. Before, before we get really started, I have something to show y'all.
Lost. Part 2.
Trust black women, they lead the way. Trust black women, they lead the way. White women, stop abandoning your sisters. Trust black women, they lead the way. Oh, we're mad as hell. Oh, can't you tell? Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell? We just stand to fucking fashion. Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell? Thank you.
They're not sarcastic. They're dead serious. They're dead, they're dead serious. Whether or not they can find the note is not the question, because the key was nowhere in sight. Um, I think these people, this for me is like white women crashing out. This is white women crashing out, trying to get black women back into the degeneracy, into the fighting. Because I think this is one of the first time the first time I think the political climate have seen black women step back. And it's not even a step back, because black women are still boycotting Target. They're still engaging in a very specific kind of activism, but by and large, they're not out there doing that. Whatever this is, they're not doing it. And I don't know that these women know what to do with themselves. Like, this is so cringe and like useless in a way that feels insane. Obviously, it's pandering, but it's pandering in not a really meaningful or good way. It's not something that is useful. It doesn't make, I hope, it doesn't make anyone listening to it feel good, right? It's just kind of there. A bunch of women singing off key. A bunch of women searching for the note. A bunch of women searching for the key. A bunch of women searching for the harmony and can't find it. In any case, I wanted to start with that because it has absolutely nothing to do with anything that we're doing. And yeah, I want us to talk about Muni Long. Money Long. I call her Muni Long, but she corrected people and said it's Money Long. Um, protect black women, headed the way like a girl. If you don't go and sit somewhere, nobody got time for that. All right, grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. I I am I feel re-inspired. Over the last 2 weeks, I've been a bit taken aback because I thought that I had said, at least as it relates to the Black community, in sort of my voice and my speech getting chilled politically, there was a stepping back from sort of the political discourse, and a feeling like I had said all that I wanted to say around sort of the community issue. And I think a lot of the things that we are talking about, um, a lot of the problems, to discuss them feels like it feels redundant and repetitive. And there is this very gnawing feeling that people just want to reaffirm their beliefs, but do nothing with these beliefs. Um, and then I did have to kind of step back, um, and do some analysis and some thinking. Someone said the light is bright. How is that? I can, all right, I'll turn it. I don't know what's happening. I turned it down. Um, where was I? Oh, the reason there is a lonely man epidemic is because I think people are doing things with the lessons that they're learning. I think women are opting out of certain kinds of engagement. And I don't think people are just wanting to be validated. There's always this fear, and I think it started sometime last year, where it did feel like I am only validating people's feelings, and because I've already done the sort of rigorous research and analysis, and I've done the videos, I've done the live streams, and so it felt like, I mean, obviously there was a lot more to say on other things, but specifically as it relates to the gender war, gender engagement dynamic, there it felt like everything was said. Two things happened. Um, Two things happened that I had to reckon with. One, people saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe that man cheated." That that for me means that a lot of people aren't aware of the realities of, yeah, these men are cheating. Like, if you don't know the gender dynamics by now and you've bought into the lie, there is still that group of people. There's also the group of people who are trying to figure out what to do next. And I do think there are a lot of women who are talking about men and women generally, but I also think that what you do in your life is deeply personal, right? And for all the information that is out there, I think when we quote unquote fall in love, and when we choose to be in relationships, a lot of the ideas that we thought about, that we engaged with, that we figured out at some point in our life kind of goes through the window. And I do think it is a very hard thing to maintain, not integrity, but the kind of intellectual analysis that we've been using and that we can use on other people when it's ourselves and it's deeply personal. And so I don't believe, and I hope that I am not just echoing sentiments that people already know just so people can feel good. Even though feeling good is good, um, it's not always useful. Um, so I think I wanted to put that out there because there has been even someone reached out and talked about the energy, and it is not a lie or misrepresentation or any of that. There has been a shift in energy generally, and I do think that women are attempting to hold men accountable, and men don't like it. And men don't like it. So I wanted to say thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging with me. Thank you all for providing information on my Instagram, on my Discord. I really do appreciate it, and I will do my best to provide the best content that I can on this channel around politics and our social climate and how to engage and how we engage. I don't give dating advice. I think anyone giving dating advice are charlatans. I think if you're giving general dating advice to people, you're a charlatan. It is very rare that I think anything of you more than the fact that you're a charlatan, um, because I feel like dating is so deeply individualized and personal, and it has so many issues, right? That to say this is how all women act and this is how all men act, or majority, whatever. It Unless we're doing statistical work, I don't listen to people. Unless we're doing statistics and we're going into the stats and you know how to read stats and you're presenting stats, I don't care about you're not gonna tell me, oh, men only care about beauty and oh, women only care about finance. You get out of my face, right? So I'm here for risk assessment, but I'm not here for people telling everyone about what relationships look like and should look like when relationships are so deeply and fundamentally personal. All right, Sin. By the way, I was watching your chat with Chat GPT. Talking about what would the world be like, what would it be like for women if they isolated from men, and what would a group of men, what would the result be for men if they were isolated from women? And the fact that ChatGPT decided that they're going to drag men, the chat, the fact, oh my god, the fact that ChatGPT out here dragging men is nasty work. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I recognize that I'm about to get dragged. I recognize I'm about to get dragged. And I want to say, please remember that you all really love me and adore me. Because as we get into the money long conversation, um, yeah, I'm gonna start with money long. As we get into the money long conversation, I have a lot of problem with a lot of the ways people have decided that they were going to engage with her. Um, I think that I want to look at this through the lens of compensatory control. That's the word of the day, compensatory control. I think that's a lot of what is happening. I think displaced aggression was my initial thought. And as I was working through sort of why I thought it was displaced aggression, I think it's impossible to say the way that we are treating money long currently is displaced aggression, because I think the anger, the upset, the disappointment is rightfully placed, but the extent to which we are dragging this is the problem. So I'm going to hit the you better lawyer. I'm going to hit the intro. We're going to go and we're going to come back and open your hearts Please open your hearts. Please open your hearts because I've seen some of you all commenting under other people's videos. I've seen some of y'all responding to this. And I've seen women generally dragging her. And I do want us to talk about that. So I have no idea who she is. I see y'all on the other side of the intro. Mm. Not Yolanda Adams. All right. So for a break, not open your heart. Yeah. All right. So to find out what actually happened, I'm gonna go over to Yanni's channel. But before we go to Yanni's channel and hear what happened, this lady, she summarizes what the most generous and good faith argument against Money Long is. And I'm going to play this. Then I'm going to play what Money Long did. And then we're going to come back and we're going to play this. Because I do want us to be more forgiving. I do. I want us to give more grace. If y'all can sit around and give all that grace to black men, if y'all can, and not just black men, abusive, degenerate, disgusting black men. I'm gonna need y'all to chill on Money Long. And I don't even like her music insofar as I'm a super fan. I hear Twin, Where Have You Been? And then I start like shaking and doing a two-step to Nobody Love Me Like You Love Me, or whatever she says. But I'm not like a fan, right? But I do think we need to unpack self-hatred. I think we need to engage with the fact that people were dragging her, disrespecting her. I think there's a lot we need to engage with. And I don't know that someone's frustration being put forward in the way that it was means that you get to like just completely cancel them. All right, so let's hear this lady's opinion.
Muni Long is projecting her self-hatred and her internalized anti-blackness onto black women. Point blank, period. Somebody says something to you and your initial response is to start attacking all black women and saying harmful shit like, I'm just like your raggedy ass, black ass, ashy ass mama. Okay, so by your definition, you are omitting that you think very little of yourself. You already told us that you think that you're raggedy, black, and ashy. Like, be so fucking for real. And I think it's kind of crazy that you're trying to hold an entire group of people accountable based on an isolated incident. The internet is not real. The internet is not an accurate depiction of real life events. In real life, you are adored by black women. In real life, majority of your audience, your primary audience is black women. What you said was harmful. Calling black women raggedy, black, and ashy, especially you having such a large platform, is harmful. I'm sorry, but you getting your feelings hurt is not as harmful as you projecting your self-hatred onto millions and millions of black women. Be so fucking for real. And not only that, you do realize that a lot of these trolls are ran by white accounts. Let's clock that. Like, it's so easy to take a picture of a black person and make it your profile picture. So you really don't know. There's really no way to confirm whether or not these people are actual black people or if they're not. Like, and it don't make it no better that you done completely reconstructed your face so that you can appear to be more racially ambiguous. I'm sorry, like, you're mad at the wrong people. You're taking your insecurities out on you're punching down on your own community. I don't respect it. And you want to talk about how you got all these followers in Brazil and how you got listeners in the Filipinos, but let's be very clear, Black American influence will always trump outside influence. Let's be very clear. We are the culture. We set precedents for what's cool and what's not. So if Black American women determine that you're anti-Black, baby, that's the end of your career. Please believe me. Please understand that. You're still a Black woman. Okay, so don't forget that part. And the reason why you value your Brazilian and Filipino audience is because they look like what you wish you look like.
I think this is very out of pocket. And you can disagree with someone without engaging this way. There are multiple other videos talking about her nose job. And I think it is inappropriate for a lot of reasons, one of which is the fact that y'all are out here dragging her for her nose. And then she got her nose job, and y'all are dragging her for her nose job. And that for me seems kind of insane on one level. On another, I get this whole anti Black and whether or not Black people should get nose jobs or whatever. I'm not going to go there. I saw a video from Chrissy talking about this. I am not getting into that, right? But until you cancel, let's see, Chris Brown, Bill Cosby, Tory Dusty Lanes, and P. Diddy, until you cancel those people, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And these aren't the women, I hope, that are defending these men, hopefully. But I didn't look through her account. We're going to go back and we're going to watch what happened with Muni Long through Giannis' video, and then we're going to come back to this and go through slowly. All right.
It's only ever Black women that say they don't like my personality. You notice that? Because I'm being myself. I'm acting just like your raggedy mom and your aunties. With them ashy cankles. This is how they act. But something wrong with my personality.
You don't like me, you don't like yourself.
Exactly. Take a look in the mirror, ho. You don't like you.
Who are you?
They be like, oh, she's so what you want me to do? What it is you're a bully and you used to people laying down letting them do whatever. I'm not that. It's never going to be that.
I'm
never.
not her and this ain't that.
Like, oh, she stinks. She got to, who are you? Why do I have to be nice to you? What did you do?
It's called being confident in who you are. And
Exactly.
Mind you, clock the fact that there is a man behind her hyping her up the entire way. And no one is dragging that dusty, disgusting degenerate. I don't care who that man is behind her, feeding her all kinds of drag. We'll leave that alone for a second.
No, I see the comments, Kelly, but it's just amazing to me. I'm not even doing anything. I'm sitting here enjoying brunch with my friends, but I got attitude. My attitude is nasty.
Hi, ladies. Welcome back to my channel. Spread awareness regarding the possibility that this is a real thing.
It's only ever Black women that say they don't like my personality.
What you say out here talking about it's only Black women that don't like your personality. It might be because it's only Black women that know you. It's only Black women that ever gave you a damn chance, but that can be stopped. We can take that card back if you'd like to see who really supports you out here. I mean,
yeah, I can't be famous because I'd be Rihanna in the early 2010s. I would be like Rihanna, everyone getting dragged. It is wild to me that people like, you don't know her. You don't know her. And y'all talking about some, oh, you have a stank personality. And what about it? And what about it? Like, you all have this weird conception, and this is why I do call it compensatory sort of control, right? And I think that I need to explain why I call it this. I'm annoyed because I do think that these women do not get the ability to be fully human, make mistakes, and be forgiven. And I'm not just saying you should forgive everything that comes from these Black women who are successful and in the public eye, but the fact that our threshold for, and I'm saying us as a community, right, for accepting the most degenerate of men shooting women, men beating women, men trafficking women, and y'all and children too, not just with R. Kelly, children. And y'all stuck behind these men, and y'all are worried about someone's personality. Y'all sitting up here trying to convince us that y'all worried about a personality. Really? compensatory control it refers to an individual feeling of powerlessness in a broader community, a broader society, but exerting that when they do have control over an individual or group within society, right? So you lack power in one area, but you have power in another. Think about what we did to Chrisette Michelle. Think about what we did to Chrisette Michelle and how Kanye West had to single-handedly torpedo his own career after doing absolutely worse things than Chrisette Michelle. Because the way that we exert power, the way that we exert control is disproportionate when it comes to making sure this Black woman fits into a very specific box. And how dare her not smile when you say hello? How dare her hang the phone up too quickly before saying goodbye? Ain't nobody got time for that. I think it is absolutely wild that so much of the conversation around Muni Long prior to this debacle had to, and I've been watching it. I didn't really care. I didn't engage with it, but it had to do with, oh, I think she has a nasty attitude. Then don't be her friend. I don't know. Like, if you don't want her attitude, then don't talk to her. I usually agree with Demas, but not on this. She publicly denigrating Black women. That's it. That's all. No, that's not it. That's not all. All of these women are rapping to songs degrading themselves. All of these women are giving men a pass who are actually beating and abusing men. This is a whataboutism. It is. It is fully a whataboutism. But it is speaking to a kind of hypocrisy that exists within the Black community that wants to cancel these women who are obviously frustrated. Like, please tell me you understand. Please, please. By the way, cool bite girl, I'm not, like, there is no aggression towards you. There is this broader context, right? Where it feels like where people like Muni Long get frustrated and they are angry and they lash out. Obviously, this is bad. You need a PR team, but not everyone can be Beyonce. Some people go and show up like Rihanna and drag you for filth. And sometimes that drag bleeds more generally to your mama, your grandmother, your uncle, your sister. Sometimes that happens. And she says it is the Black women that are talking about her attitude. If that's her experience, that is her experience. She dead wrong. She is dead wrong. And this does not remove accountability. I wish the way that we attempt to hold these Black women accountable would extend beyond these Black women to these Black men who are actually causing physical violence. Like, it is absolutely insane to me that we saw that together and we did not understand or appreciate that that was pure frustration. It's not an excuse. It's not fully an excuse. If you are frustrated, you don't then get to denigrate your fans. You don't get to disrespect an entire group of people. I fully agree with this, right? But she said, I am whatever you say I am, like your mama, like your grandmother, like the women. The comparative analysis being done is out of anger, so it feels a lot broader than it is. The issue, though, in her follow-up is that she doesn't apologize, agreed. She doubles down and she's trying to stand up for herself, probably because all the people around her are telling her, yes, girl, you're eating. You can be angry with that. You can be angry with that. And maybe you don't have a way to talk to her, to express kindness, but I cannot imagine the comments after comments after comments after comments that she is receiving, dragging her for filth. Existing like that is going to cause problems. It is going to, like, you're going to lash out.
And Muni Long was on her live today. I guess she was getting some trolls in her comments. And instead of her just dealing with them trolls as a Black woman, she wanted to let it be known that it's only.
She is a public figure, get tougher skin. Absolutely not. Absolutely. I yeah, if I were a public figure, I might be crashing out every day. Ain't nobody getting no tougher skin. I am not getting a tougher nothing. You are not going. You are not going to push me into changing who I am so that people without faces online can be as degenerate as they want. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to tell the person being attacked to get tougher skin while no face people keep attacking her online. No, you don't sit there and tell her just tolerate disrespect. No, that is wrong. Money Long is wrong, right? You don't speak, and to me, I didn't interpret it as her speaking to the collective of Black women. I thought she was saying, you're a Black mother, you're a Black father, you're Black, whatever. I thought it was very directed, but I'm not a Black woman, so I can't speak to your feelings and what you believe she was saying and how you felt attacked by it. But to not acknowledge first that the people who are like, oh, look at you, you hate your Blackness, you got a nose job. Well, maybe if y'all weren't dragging her, not you all here. I'm talking about y'all in the community, Black men and women alike, weren't dragging her about her big nose. She would. I had a lady come on my channel and talk about how beautiful she was because she had a white nose. And I mean, I sat there listening to this young lady, and if you're here, I apologize. It was what you did was trash. Like, since we're just being honest, what you did about yourself and the comparative thing that you did with you and your sister, saying you were beautiful and your sister was not because your sister had a big nose and you had a white Canadian nose, was trash. It was trash. And so we are going to, yes. Yeah, I should have been on that TikTok live. Sorry. No. It happened. I promise you. I am not. The people are in the chat who were there. I promise you it happened. So we can both accept featureism, right? And colorism and texturism that affects young Black girls and Black people generally, and then ignore the fact that we as a community have been pushing people to reject very specifically Black features. I look in the mirror and there's no one who can tell me that I'm ugly because what I see is a Black man, Black features that I absolutely adore. Like everything about me, I find it to be Black. I look and I see Black, like every part of the big lip, the nose, the everything Black. So like, I don't know what it feels like to internalize your features not being the standard of beauty. And specifically, I get away with a lot of it because I'm a man, but specifically for Black women, right? And so, no, you don't get to bully her, then she changed her features, then you bully her again, and she's angry, and then you are like, oh, you're anti-Black, we're gonna cancel you. Go cancel R. Kelly first. Go cancel Tory Lanez. Go cancel P. Diddy. Go cancel those people because I think on the list of priorities, and while you can walk and chew gum, this is not do both. It is you have bigger fish to fry before you get to the Money Long disrespect. And I think that it is the absence of power generally that is causing a lot of people to overuse power when they have it. And they had it with Chrisette Michele. They had it with Money Long. And they have it with these men, but they're not using it for these men. So now I'm trying to figure out why y'all only trying to use power, canceling, boycotting. Why are y'all only doing that with these women? I think that is an insane thing to do. To only be focused on these women is a wild thing to do. Black women are saying free Tory and calling a 14-year-old fast after she was essayed by a grown man. Black women are sick with Black men worship like ChatGPT said. Agreed. Agreed. I fully agreed. Again, please remember that y'all love me. Please remember that y'all love me because I recognize that I am disagreeing with a ton of people. Y'all love chat. Yeah, sin destroying the sin is destroying the environment the way she using chat GPT. Sin is just out here.
Black women that don't like her. I think
Seamus, who is y'all? We are here every week saying what needs to be said. No, I agree. No, not. But y'all, I'm not talking to my chat at all. At all. At all. I am, however, talking to my chat when they, because I'm pretty sure the person who said they had a white nose is a subscriber here. And she reminded us that she was beautiful because she got a French Canadian nose, and I will never forget it. I will never. If you're here, can you raise your hand so I can drop the link so you can come up and let them people know why you're beautiful?
it was only black women that supported your ass too. Didn't nobody like Hours and Hours and all these songs till we liked it. You know what I'm saying? No one liked your music till we liked it. And now because you think you got other people of diverse communities liking your music, you don't really want to recognize who made your shit hot? You bumped your head, little girl. Instead of you talking about black women, you need to be talking about the people that troll you, because black women also supported you. But we don't have to, though. We don't have to. Muni Long, not too much on us, baby girl.
Sherry. Never stop with Sherry. Your duets are off. And I can't stitch the video. Also can't save it. Or else I would have done that. First of all, it's Money, not Mooney. Nice to meet you. And the first question that I have for you, Miss Sherry, is you said you better watch what you say, or what? I'm glad you agree that disrespect will not be tolerated, because I can resonate with you there. It won't. I know I look young.
All right. Validating some of y'all. I would not do this. I mean, I would not do I would not approach it this way. Partly because I would try to figure out what I did wrong and only address what I did wrong and then figure out the rest behind the scenes. I don't like doubling down in a way that, like, if I see that a group of people are hurt by something that I did, even when I think I'm right, I do try to grapple with after the fact. In the moment, we're going back and forth. It is what it is. But after the fact, if I'm addressing it, I will try to deal with the thing that is hurting. If there's a group of people that I care about that are hurting, I would try to address their hurt. She's not doing that. And guess what? She is well within her rights to not do that. When you, a no-name person who you don't know her and she doesn't know you, when you sit up there and say respect will not be tolerated, what you gonna do about it? Like, she's not wrong when she says what I no, I don't. I was sucking on a red cough drop. No, it's not. Where was I? I forget where I was. Did Rihanna crash? Did Rihanna crash out on an entire audience of people? Yes, Rihanna did crash out. Rihanna crashed out on anyone and everyone, and she didn't care. She threw money in. Some guy told her she could not throw money in the ear at a concert, and she hit her. She hit him in the face with the money. And we were like, okay, bad girl Riri. We said bad girl Riri.
Because I drink water and mind my business. But I'm 36 years old. I'll be 37 in September. I've been growing and taking care of myself for a long time. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. I don't care who you is. No, ma'am. Now I'm gonna give you a pass because you don't know me. But as you get to know me on Beyonce's internet, you will see at 26 seconds in Exhibit A, this video here. By the way, she has beautiful skin. You say, and I quote, instead of her just dealing with the trolls as a Black woman, the rest of the sentence doesn't even matter. Instead of her just dealing with the trolls as a Black woman, is that our assignment? To be strong Black women? To just deal? I'm not doing that. Matter of fact, let me show you something.
In my opinion, money.
All right, let's go back to the crash out. Let's go back to the crash out after all of that. Please listen to specifically what she said.
Only ever Black women that say they don't like my personality. You notice that? Because I'm being myself. I'm acting just like your raggedy mom and your aunties with them ashy cankles.
She said, it is only ever Black women who say they don't like her personality. She did not say every Black woman. She did not say Black women don't like her. She said it is only Black women who said they don't like her personality. I actually don't know where people got all of where they said it is Black women. She said, of the people, this is interpreting it, of the people who don't like, no, it was not unprovoked. It was not unprovoked. The people were in her chat while she was live. The people were in her chat while she was live, dragging her while she's having brunch or lunch with her friends. They were in there. She was live right here where they were dragging her. Yeah, people were pissing her off. People were in her chat pissing her off. And she said, it is only ever Black women who said they don't like her personality. Now, one could argue, as this lady is going to argue, that the reason it is only ever Black women who said they don't like her personality is because it's only ever Black women who are interacting with her. That to me is insane. And then she said, maybe it's because I remind you of your auntie, mother, Dusty, whatever. It seems like a very specific attack to me. If I break this down, there is no way you can argue with me that she was talking about Black women generally. Now, she might have been, but what she actually said is not what people heard. Now, people are like, oh, Themis, you're reaching. No, you pissed someone off. She responded, and people are mad. That is all I heard. Yeah, no, Black women are the ones supporting her. I agree. I hope you're not arguing that because you support someone, you get to disrespect them. I hope that's not the argument. I hope that's not the argument because that's out of pocket. All right, so let's go back to her now. And we're going to pause. We played it all the way through once. We're going to be pausing this.
Muni Long is projecting her self-hatred and her internalized anti-blackness onto black women. Point blank, period. Somebody says something to you and your initial response is to start attacking all black women and saying harm.
I disagree with the assertion that she was attacking all black women. Completely disagree with it. I think she was frustrated seeing black women attack her, and she addressed the black women attacking her, pointing out verbatim, word for word, that it's always black women attacking her. Not all black women are attacking her. It is always black women who are attacking her. That is what she said. Adding more to it seems insane to me.
Harmful shit like I'm just like your raggedy ass, black ass, ashy ass mama. Okay, so by your definition, you are omitting that you think very little of yourself. You already told us that you think that you're raggedy, black, and ashy. Like, be.
No, she's saying your grandmother and your people. Like, the fact that y'all sitting here pretending like y'all don't know when people get mad and drag someone is wild to me. I think this is wild. I feel like there is an underlying disgust or hatred for her because this feels like an overkill. All of this feels like an overkill.
So fucking for real. And I think it's kind of crazy that you're trying to hold an entire group of people accountable based on an isolated incident. The internet is not real. The internet is not an accurate depiction of real life events.
The internet is real. Under all the memes and the jokes and the comedy and the dragging is a real, live human being disrespected continuously. It is absolutely insane for you to sit up there and say the internet is not a real place as a defense for people, no-face people, dragging and disrespecting someone. People don't like her, and that, yeah, I think, I don't know why. There is something about her that people find annoying, but even if you think she has a bad attitude or whatever it is that you think, a lot of your faves have worse attitudes and you don't engage with them that way. I'm not even defending Money Long because I'm not about to be around Money Long. If I think you have a bad attitude, I'm just leaving. It's point blank, period. She seems arrogant to me. And she probably should be arrogant to have the pen game that she has. Again, I am not the biggest fan of Money Long, but if we are saying Taylor Swift is one of the best writers, then Money Long's writing skill is god tier. Then Money Long's writing skill is god tier. Then
in real life, you are adored by black women. In real life, majority of your audience, your primary audience, is black women. What you said was harmful. Calling black women raggedy, black, and ashy, especially you having such a large platform, is.
Demus, if you ever get dragged in your chat, will you ever say these words? It's always black women dragging me in the chat. If that were the truth, I would say it. If it were always black women dragging me in the chat, I would say it. What do you mean? Yeah. The truth, however, is it's not always black women dragging me in the chat. It's never black women dragging me in the chat. It is always some dusty black man in the chat dragging me. It is always some dusty black man in the chat dragging me. If there was always black women in the chat dragging me, yes, I would say it is always black women in the chat dragging me. Would you? Yes, if that were the truth, I would say it. There are men in here that do not drag me, but whenever I'm getting dragged, it's always a black man dragging me. And I'm not talking about jokingly dragging me. I'm talking about like calling me a fruitcake, a dusty degenerate. Sorry. No, but I wouldn't lie. So I have no basis to say black women are dragging me because black women aren't dragging me. Even when black women disagree with me, they don't drag me. They just tell me they disagree and tell me why I'm wrong. I call that dragging usually, but it's not dragging. It's just correcting or telling me I'm wrong. I don't think people outside the black community care enough about Money Long to drag her. Agreed. Agreed. But it's still true. Even if they don't care about her, what her experience is still true. If only the black community care about her, then they're the ones talking about her, and they are the ones she see dragging them. Now, I think, Sunny D, what you're saying is Money Long should be careful because the people that support her the most are black women, and you do not want to isolate your fans. I agree with this. I agree. I think that it is bad, terrible marketing for her, and she needs to get a marketing PR team. But I don't like the fact that people who want to drag her and don't like her are telling her to get tougher skin. No, because you want to be, not you, Sunny D, people want to be able to exert a kind of control, dominance, and attack on other people and want them to absorb those blows without pushing back. And that's not fair. I think a lot of people, because they can come online and have a fake profile and not ever show their face, they feel protected in saying the most degenerate, hurtful, annoying thing ever, and they want to be able to get away with that. Like, I've been on here and someone called me an FAG to my face while we were having a conversation, and I forgave her, moved on. But it wasn't until much later, like a year later now, that I'm reflecting on that moment, and I'm like, I cannot believe I opened myself up to that kind of abuse, because within my real life no one talks to me like that. And to be online where some degenerate person felt emboldened to do that when they probably don't have any meaningful access to just life generally, who you would never speak to in a real one-on-one conversation in real life, for them to be that disrespectful when you have never disrespected them. Oh yeah, you want to drag. Oh yeah, you want to drag. You probably see red and you want to go in. You want to go in. I didn't go in because in the moment, and even now, I don't see it that way. But now I'm reflecting on it, and I do feel a little bit exposed in a way that I don't think is fair. And I can only imagine what someone like Money Long, who has so much fame, how the negativity might, like, I don't know that this is true. And let me remove her from the screen to say this. If in fact you bullied someone into starving themselves to lose weight and going under the knife to fit the mold, whatever plastic surgery, whatever you believe or whatever you believe she did what she did, I think that person might be a lot more sensitive. I think that person might be a lot more sensitive to critiques than most of us. And I don't know why you would then attack that same person thinking they're going to just take those blows or that they can take those blows. And I know we don't do the like care for celebrities because we see them as entities rather than individuals, and they are trying to sell a persona to us, right? So there is a kind of quid pro quo. But it is a human being. There are people who are being harmed, like deeply harmed, by the way that we engage with them because we think it's one comment, but that one comment is being made by a million people. And it does affect people. I mean, it's not going to affect me. If I'm rich and I got my life together, nothing you comment is going to piss me off because I got my money and got my life. So I don't want to care. But I do think it is important to consider that.
is harmful. I'm sorry, but you getting your feelings hurt is not as harmful as you projecting your self-hatred onto millions and millions of black women. Be so fucking for real. And not only that, you do realize that a lot of these trolls are ran by white accounts. Let's clock that. Like, it's so easy to take a picture of a black person and make it your profile picture. So you really don't know. There's really no way to confirm whether or not these people are actual black people or if they're not. Like, and it don't make it no better that you done completely reconstructed your face so that you can appear to be more racially ambiguous. I'm sorry. Like, you're mad at the wrong people. You're taking your insecurities out on you're punching down on your own community. I don't respect it. And you want to talk about how you got all these followers in Brazil and how you got listeners in the Filipinos, but let's be very clear. Black American influence will always trump outside influence. Let's be very clear. We are the culture. We set precedents for what's cool and what's not. So if Black American women determine that you're anti-Black, baby, that's the end of your career. Please believe me. Please understand that. You're still a Black woman. Okay? So don't forget that part.
All right. So this is why I was talking about compensatory control. Because one of the things that she said that stuck out to me, and I wanted to do a deep dive on it in a video, but I decided too much has happened. It's not that important. I'm just gonna be brief and talk about it a little bit here. If Black women find that you are anti-Black, it's over for you. What? What? What do you mean? What do you... It's like you are telling me Kanye West, Lil Wayne, Kodak Black, you're telling me that Black women haven't seen these men as anti-Black? Or is it if you find out that a woman is anti-Black, then you... Chris Brown said no dark is quote unquote in his section. I can't go in Chris Brown's section if I were a woman. I would be too dark, apparently. Apparently, most of the women in the Black community would be too dark to get into. He called people darkies. Who call people dark? Are we in the same world? Cardi B been dragging Black women. I am be for real, like be for real. So only the strict standard, even the Dochi hate train for like darker skinned Black women who are in the public eye is kind of the standard feels like it is like it is a Sisyphean task to have Black women continue to thrive in the public eye because it's so easy to drag them down. Like, I don't understand how you can fix your face to say if Black women find out that you're anti-Black, which, mind you, I actually agree. I think this would be a great standard. I think this would be a lovely, amazing standard. If Black women find that a person is anti-Black, then divest from them. Agreed. I love it. But you only apply that to Black women, and not just Black women, like darker skinned Black women, because you don't apply it to Nicki Minaj, you don't apply it to Cardi B, you don't apply it to any other man. Chris Brown, Kodak Black, like Kodak Black literally sat up there and said he cannot date anyone with his complexion or Kiki's complexion. He is too dark, he only needs light skin. And y'all sat there and be like, that's fine. Demas, no. Well, why is Kodak Black? Demas, we already know this doesn't apply to handsome men. Kodak Black. Kodak Black ain't handsome. And it had nothing to do with him being dark. It had nothing to do with being Black. He just something else. He said, okay, I don't know about Kodak. I don't think that there is a standard that if you're anti-Black, you get canceled by Black women. I don't believe that. So you're just saying things now to drag Muni Long. You're just saying things to drag her.
And the reason why you value your Brazilian and Filipino audience is because they look like what you wish you look like.
Yeah, that's a drag, but it is an unfair drag. I don't know why you would say that without proof. Um, so another person talking about people who are anti-black. Y'all remember when Lotto called herself mulatto? Yeah, I remember when Lotto said she rebranding, girl. Lotto said, "Oh my God, I'm not Lotto anymore. I'm not mulatto anymore. I'm Lotto." Like, girl. So you thought changing your mulatto is disrespectful. Let me name myself. Let me. Anyway, she was doing an interview, and for someone who sings about explicit things and promote a very specific lifestyle around womanhood, it is interesting to watch her try her hardest to bend into this puritanical woman with morals, because if you sleep around, you don't have morals in her mind. For her to provide one image while trying to be the virgin, right? She's like, I am not like those other girls. I don't sleep around. I tell women to sleep around, get the money, get the bag, get whatever, and sleep around. But I know. What do you mean? I'm not me. It was interesting because I was watching this and something stuck out to me. And it is this idea of a pick me girl, right? I'm not calling her necessarily a pick me girl. I think she would fit the definition, but I'm bringing it up not to call her that. I'm bringing it up to engage with the fact that patriarchy, male centeredness, the love of man, and wanting to be different from other women and put other women under the bus is so entrenched in, I think, other women's ideas of relationship, of manhood, of superiority, of social elevation, that I think it happens kind of automatically, right? It happens in a way that I don't know that these women are always aware of. So let me play what Lotto said originally, and then we'll go back to the interview. So this is what she said originally.
Always saying that in your music. That's little now. On my mother, now stop that now. Ojo, stop saying that, bro.
Stop saying what?
How you always saying in your song how much bodies you got though? Who gives a f?
Ever said? I said I have a low body count.
No,
That's all I said.
you always make it seem as if you could count your bodies on one hand.
I
really
can
listen to
though.
you.
I can though.
But why does that matter though?
Same reason why I be
I listen.
today and tomorrow.
But listen, why does that? Listen,
It's true to her though.
listen. Why
This
does?
is my music.
Listen.
If I go,
Listen.
if I go in the booth
Listen.
and I write
Listen.
my music, pop my
Listen.
real life on
Listen.
in real life,
Listen.
I got
Listen. Why does that matter? And it's
Don't let everybody put their hand in that cookie jar. Period. Like, it's literally not that deep.
But why do you feel like, though, for the women, they should not be allowing men to put their hand in the cookie jar, like you said?
Because they're not deserving of it.
What if they are? What if they are good men?
Then give them some of that cookie.
But what if it's more than 5?
I never said that was a bad thing.
It just felt like you're very proud to like have.
I am though.
But why? Where does the pride stem from?
It's not necessarily like a number that I'm proud of. It's more so like everybody ain't touched this. Everybody ain't had their hands on this motherfucker. You feel me? So.
Do you feel like you've caught your last body of your life?
I caught my first and last. Love that. Love that thing though.
All right.
Be a boss.
Let me be very clear. It is not my intention to make it seem like you cannot be proud of the values you have and upholding the values you have. I think being able to create something about what it is that you would like to do, you would like to be, and then going forth and being that thing, I think that is beautiful. I think that is amazing. I think that it is good to build something around your own identity and live up to it. I do, however, think it is strange to try to separate yourself in a way that elevates you over other women around something like body count. And I think the reason that it sticks out to me in the way that it does is because it is very clear that you have bought into patriarchy, and your role as a woman is to exclude, and the man role is to pursue. And you think that you are more valuable to men because of, and it has nothing to do with being a boss. It has everything to do with having in your mind more value than someone else because you have less bodies than the other person. And that is a deeply misogynistic way to value yourself. Like, it diminishes who you are, obviously, but it is about sort of diminishing your value to sex and as shaming someone. And then the question becomes, how does she view a woman with a child? Right? If you have a child and you're not with the father of your child, what does that say about you? Because the psychology does not just stop at, oh, you have less bodies than I have, therefore I am better than you. It extends to what you deserve, who needs protecting. This is from the patriarchal playbook that says women are valued based on how virginal they are. That is exactly what she's doing. I don't, based on the way she's talking, based on the way she engaged, I do not expect her to do sociological analysis. I don't expect her to interrogate on a psychological level her own bias and internalize misogyny. I don't expect her to do any of that, but I do think it is interesting that a man is trying to push back on this narrative. And I do fundamentally want to engage with why he's doing what he's doing, because I don't think she should be shamed for having a low body count. But she is shaming other women when she said you're not a boss if you have a lot of body counts, and she's a boss because she has a low body count. She's making a very clear statement. She is making an argument. This is not just her personal sort of ethos dictating how she moves and operate around the world. She's making judgments about people outside of herself. Her standard for what it means to be a boss, her standard for what it means to have value is a low body count. And she is projecting that onto other people. And I do think that's the problem. But so Coco said, I disagree. Do you want to come up? If you want to come up, I can let you up so you can explain. You can explain. Just drop a one if you want to come up, and I can, before I move on, because I have a lot of topics that I want to get to. But I like disagreements, and if you disagree, I would love, love, love for you to come up and explain that which you disagree with. Drop a 2 if it's no, and drop a 1 if it's yes. Do you want to? My revelation is Lotto is speaking on the quality of man. Nope, she's not. She said you're not a boss. She said you're not a boss. She's speaking about women's willingness or unwillingness to let men or be with men. And whatever you think about that, fine. But she is making a judgment on women. By default, men are being judged. That a lot of men aren't qualified. There is a judgment on men. But fundamentally, she is talking about women not knowing how to value themselves and being less valuable because of sleeping with people that they shouldn't be sleeping with. And then the question becomes, who qualifies? When is a man worthy of being sexual with? And I don't know that she can answer that question without being a hypocrite, allegedly dating and being with a married man. Allegedly. Huge allegedly. All right. Another woman people seem to hate is Meghan Markle. Meghan the Markle. What do I say to this? I understand why people don't like Meghan. I think the reason people don't like Meghan is the reason I like her. People keep saying, oh, she's a social climber. She wanted to marry a prince. It's like, if you don't get all the way out of my face, who don't want a social climb and marry a prince? Like they're like, oh, that she's not we can't relate to her. She's out of touch. She's a princess. Like, what do you mean? She is like, what do you mean? Ain't nobody got time to be relatable. And nobody got Megan is trying to make money, social climb, do what she needs to do, zip it and do it, girl. Ain't nobody Megan Sussex, period. Because she would correct me too. She would correct me. Now watch these two white women. Watch these two white women sit and hate on Megan. Because in a lot of people's mind, Megan was never black, right? And she's still not black. But once she married the prince, the racism that spews out of people feels like, because you could just ignore her. You could literally you don't have to say anything about her. And if you sit up there and like, oh, she stole Harry and she manipulated Harry and blah blah blah, nobody cares. Nobody. Harry is a grown man. Harry is a grown man that should be manipulated and taken. What do you get? Like I don't understand. This man is from one of the wealthiest families we know, had the most access, power, and privilege. And y'all are trying to sit there and convince me that this woman is somehow manipulating and tricking and ain't nobody got time for you. So let me play what happened. These two white women probably big mad. I believe most white women who are mad at Meghan are jealous and they are just terrible, disgusting, racist people who wish they could get what she got, but because they aren't like her, they don't look like her, they cannot show up in rooms like her, they will forever be upset. They will forever be upset. And do I find her pretentious? Do I find Meghan to be fake and pretentious? Yes, I do. And that is what I like about her. I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, am I going to sit there and watch the whole of her stuff? No. But I do like that she is up there like playing in people's faces. All Meghan is doing is playing in people's faces. And I love it. I'm tired of all the people who get to do that being white. Now listen to this foolishness.
Markle story.
Oh, yeah. I was at Star at the time. And priorly, we'd always written about the royal.
All right. I need y'all to hear that. So that's what I thought. It's this one, this one with the face said to the other one, oh, I heard you have a Meghan Markle story. Remember that. Remember that she has a Meghan Markle story, a Meghan Sussex story.
Markle story.
Oh, yeah. I was at Star at the time. And priorly, we'd always written about the royals. They're a huge seller.
Yeah.
And they were a very tight ship. The House of Windsor was a tight ship. There was no sources. There was no nothing. When Meghan got in there, leaky AF. Like people were singing like a bird because she sucked. And it's the accounts we were getting, people are like, we are risking our job, our family's legacy. Like the people who work in service at that level, it is truly like a calling. Like they're very proud of it. It's not just a job they take lightly. They're going to work in service for a lifetime. They're going to pass that down. And so for them to risk that, to share how awful this woman is.
And how was she awful? Like, give me some examples.
Yeah.
Did you hear the Meghan story? You said you had a Meghan story. Where is the Meghan story? First. The second question is, oh, you keep saying she's awful. How awful was she? What did they say? How awful? How awful was she? Let's hear how awful she was.
Yelling, ungrateful, rude. She came in there and it was this.
She was ungrateful and rude. She was ungrateful. They started leaking in her dusty mind. In these two degenerates who are sitting up there, yes, I think they're degenerate. I think the one who is speaking is more degenerate, but the other one hosting is degenerate for hosting it. I don't care who these people are, they're degenerate. It is that simple. Ungrateful, what should she be grateful for? What should she be grateful for exactly? The undertone, and I don't know that they know that they're doing it. She should be grateful to be married into the family. No, she shouldn't. She's in love. What do you mean? Why? The fact that you would be grateful doesn't mean she would. That's why she's there and you are not. You have not. You have not elevated. You have not elevated your frequency to be in that space. And because you haven't elevated your frequency, you don't believe you deserve it. Megan fully believes she deserves to be there. Megan fully believes she deserves to be there. And what about it? Why should she be grateful? She's in love and she got married. Ain't nothing to be grateful about. She's just there. So nasty and so rude. Yeah.
It's like, I'm a disruptor. This is not the place you disrupt. And
that is exactly the place you disrupt. This is the seat of colonization. The royal family in the UK, the institution is the seat of colonization, still holding colonies in the Caribbean and all over Africa. What do you mean this is not the place you disrupt? It is precisely the place you disrupt. I love that she went in. It is precisely the place you disrupt. What do you mean? Looking dusty and sad. And nobody got time for y'all to be, oh my God, can you believe Megan? No, shut up. Ain't nobody got time for you and your dusty opinion. I hope Megan is watching, laughing, and eating. What did she make? She made some pasta. I believe she eating her pasta, girl.
Your point, I absolutely get it, where it's like, yes, so many mother-in-laws like, you're taking our son from us. This to me is why I hate Harry. He should have been less of a wuss. He should have been out in front. If that's the case,
right?
If his family is that toxic that he needed to break away from them, he should have been like,
what do you mean if his family is that toxic? Do we want to talk about Prince Andrew? Do we want to sit here and not talk about Prince Andrew? The family toxic, girl. Do we want to talk about his mother and how his dad cheated on his mother? We don't. It is toxic. We have a whole Epstein on our hands with the family, and y'all sitting up there talking about if this, if that. If the family is toxic. No, they're mad at Harry because they're like, well, how could you love her? How could you give up everything for her? She just got it. She got it. I think these white women who hate Meghan cannot sit there and think through the idea that a black woman would have a daughter who is biracial and who can have a prince just be in love with her. They cannot. I think their brains are like the racism in their brains cannot compute that one of the top in their mind, the top of the pecking order in their community, Prince Harry, one of the most eligible white bachelors, would love her and give up everything for Meghan. That's exactly what is happening. Like, they're going into racism overdrive. And even people who think they're not racist, the parts of them that want to protect whiteness in a very specific way is very confused. And it's not even just them, right? Because like it's easy to right, like he didn't want them, but I think there is a personal affront to them because it's not a white woman. It's not someone who is closer to white than Megan, right? Someone is like Megan is passing. Megan is not passing. She's not. She could be something else, but she's not passing for white. And that's the problem. I ain't playing with you. I am not playing with you tonight, Brianna. I ain't playing with you. Megan ain't look no white. If Megan looked white, you would like. I would say maybe Italian, maybe like a really spicy Italian. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. She does not look black. No, no, no. I wouldn't say she looked black either, but she don't look white to me. Though, to be fair, prior to okay, she's never admitted to surgeries, so I'm not gonna say surgeries. But when I saw pictures of younger Megan, when I saw a picture, just know that younger Megan and Megan now, she was always beautiful. But younger Megan and Megan now don't give the same ethnicity. I need to see. You're gonna have to Google yourself. Okay? Let me see if I can Google. Let me see if I can Google this. I did. She was so cute. I mean, she's still cute. Anywho, Brianna, what is your y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. I'ma just move on. I'ma just move on. She was an actress, and I think she was trying to. I don't know how to defend that. I don't know how to defend it, so I ain't gonna do it. It is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. sometimes we gotta. Sometimes we gotta do it. You gotta do what you gotta do to move on. Megan was like, I did not know who. I did not know who. I did not know who Prince Harry was. Megan said when I went on a date and he said my name is Harry and we had to change names to H. She said I did not know who Prince Harry was. I figured I wouldn't know either. I wouldn't. You want some authenticity where you want someone to love you for who you are and not for your position. Yeah, I don't know who you are. Who are you? What is a prince? what is what is a prince? When I was watching that documentary, like I get sometimes why people are like, oh my god, she's lying. Because she definitely, I don't know if she's lying, but like Maybe you look different. Megan Megan said they went to, I forgot which country in Africa, after like a month of meeting or something, and they lived in a hut, and she really enjoyed it, and that's when they got close. So Megan said she was playing the long game because I didn't see Megan in no hut. Megan, Megan, Megan was in a hut with Megan. Megan went in the hut, and Megan said he had to protect me. It was such an amazing feeling because he just protected me. And that man out there chopping wood. Megan, Megan, and Harry was like, I smelt my mother on her. Megan, Harry, wait, let me add it. Megan was like, Harry, sorry. Harry was like, I smelt my mother on her. Megan, it was such an amazing coincidence. My favorite perfume is Princess Diana's favorite perfume. Wait, wait, wait. I bet you the one item she brought with her to that hut was that one perfume. Check, checkmate. Checkmate. I love that for her. She did what needed to be done. Megan said she left the first date because she had something to do. So they had to end the first date abruptly because she had things. Megan knew what she was doing. I love an intentional queen. I love an intentional queen. I love an intentional queen. Anywho, enough of that girl. Sorry. There's so much about how the meet. Anyway, let's go to Monique. Monique's son. You remember Monique's son who came out and dragged Monique and her daddy. Monique's son came out and dragged Monique and her daddy. So I was surprised when I saw him come back to apologize. And I knew he would probably have to apologize because he didn't look like he was doing too well, right? He was like, oh, my mom didn't pay for my car. My mom didn't pay for my house. My mom didn't see your daughter. I was like, I mean, unless this YouTube career gonna go somewhere sometime soon, you gotta apologize. So Monique pushed him out here because Monique, instead of apologizing privately, which if this were my child, you would not have to apologize to me publicly. What we do and how I care for you privately and make amends would happen privately. So I do think this says something about Monique's mothering, that her son is out here apologizing publicly.
This off by showing my gratitude towards my family. The amount of patience and grace that they have all shown me, especially during times where I did not deserve it, is appreciated more than I can ever express.
Yeah, read this. Read this. I know Monique texted him, good morning, my sweet baby. I know we're back on good terms, but I'm gonna need that apology from yesterday to be public. Per me and my daddy. Love you. I know we're on good terms, but I'm gonna need that apology from yesterday to be public for me and my daddy. And she did. And she did. And she did. And she did. God, why is my chest? Why's my chest hurting? Oh my God.
Some words. Making those videos a year ago was a betrayal against our family, and I have to take full accountability for it. Why I made the videos and how I was feeling at the time when I made them is irrelevant. I made them, and
You know what I dislike? I dislike when people have like the outline and the framework for like attractiveness, and then they do nothing with it. And then they do nothing with it. It's just like this man, money, go help your son. Go help your son, because your son seems like he's suffering. And the thing is, he's a really good writer and speaker per the drag. From him to Monique previously, he is a really good writer. And I wish Monique would invest, or he would invest. He's a grown man. I wish he would invest in his writing a little bit more. And I don't know that we appreciate good writers in the community, because he is a good writer. He is. He reading.
I shouldn't have, period. My family did not deserve the backlash that they received from what I said. Having a life's resume with your family as the one in the family who simply just can't get right, and then finally doing what you're supposed to be doing, didn't give me the right.
Wait, Brianna. Only to Brianna. You are telling me you can tell if you look at him, if he was like, if he went to, like, I don't want to say it, but I disagree. I mean, yeah, he does look dusty, but like, I do think that he has the outline. He has the outline. He has the outline. He's not ugly. He's not ugly. Don't do that. He's not ugly. He just really, he looks like malnourished. I don't know what malnourished mean, but like he just looks really like tired. Tired. He looks tired. And it's probably because he's fighting with his mother. Look how moisturized Monique look. Monique look moisture. Monique look moisturized, girl.
To feel self-righteous when I felt like they didn't notice. My mother and Sydney were very justified to address my mental health condition at the time. I just simply didn't like it. Taking accountability can be hard if I allow it to be. I want to start this off by showing my gratitude. Bottom line, I was wrong, and I shouldn't have said any of what I said. I should have just kept my mouth shut and called my mother. Having that family discussion was hard, and it felt like I spiritually got jumped, but at the end of the afternoon, my family did pick me up and give me a hug. The love my mother has for her family and the way that she loves life is a testament to her husband. It's a very humbling experience when your little brothers have a valid reason to want to punch their older brother in the face. But it was my brothers who had the idea for us to have the conversation in person, which would prevent me from running from it. And even after they heard all the shit I put our mother through, they still gave me a hug, told me they love me, and then we laughed for the rest of the weekend. Who they are as men.
I don't care what anyone says. This is not real. There is no contrition behind it. This feels like someone who is being held hostage to do something or lose something else. It is insane to me that you, Monique, would force your child out here to do this. And I believe with everything in me, without any evidence, that someone is forcing him out here to do this, because this does not feel genuine at all. And the fact that Monique, even if you're only doing it for PR, cannot see that we can see right through this is absolutely insane. It is absolutely insane. Like, why would you do this? I feel like this reflects even more poor. This reflects poorly on them.
Men and who they are becoming as men is also a testament to the caliber of man Sydney is and has always been since I've known him. My mother wakes me. Bottom line, I was wrong. Wakes up every day with a smile on her face and nothing but joy to give. And I take full accountability once again for taking that relationship away from my children. Now, watching her take pride in making my son's baby food from scratch, to baking chickpea chocolate chip cookies with my daughter, to being with me the first time my son went underwater in the pool, makes me so happy to have been so wrong before. Life does have a way of showing up for you, even when you don't want it to. Making the decision to go no contact with my family hurt me more than I could have ever imagined, which in turn trickled down to not just
Someone go ahead and block Chica. No, someone go ahead and block Chica. Chica, if I see Chica again, we block Chica. No, yeah, it's scripted. He writes and then he speaks. And I think that's more people should do. More people should write out their thoughts before they talk. I appreciate him doing this. And I also think he's a really great writer. I think this is all coming from him. It's very vivid when he writes and he paints a picture with his words. He's not like, he's really good. The raw material is fully there. I wish they would invest in it. Yeah, you ain't right. You ain't right. You ain't right. Chica needs to be blocked.
trickled down to me not being the best man, father, and future husband that I could be for my family. For those that use my words as a way to further a narrative that my mother is difficult to work with, that her husband is controlling, or that she is anything like the character that she portrayed in Precious, I also apologize to my mother for the things of every day with a smile on her face and nothing.
Not him saying that his mother is like the character she portrayed in Precious. I know he said she's not like that and you should not think of her like that, but all I hear is she's exactly like that. That's what I hear. I think Monique has two sides to her. I think she can be that mean and terrible, but I also think there's a sweetness to her that comes out every now and then. I see it. I see it when she's trying to pander. Hi, my sweet babies.
Nothing but joy to give. And I take full accountability once again for taking that relationship away from my children. Now, watching her take pride in making my son's baby food from scratch, to baking chickpea chocolate chip things that you said about her. If it wasn't for me running my mouth, y'all wouldn't have ran yours. For those that left comments telling me that at the time I should not have been saying what I was saying, I appreciate you for holding me accountable. Whew. I owe it to my family to make this apology public, due to the fact that I made our family business public. Though the road to family redemption is hard, I'm looking forward to it. For those that showed me support at the time, but also put up prayers for us to work it out, thank you. Now, these are some receipts that I'm very happy to share. Thank you for listening. Things that you...
Period.
But to address the Club Shay Shay interview that she did, where she states that she prays to the universe in regards to reconciling our relationship, as I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie.
All right, let's do it. Unpopular opinion. Children should be allowed in Black families to discuss how parents hurt them without having to apologize. If you heard him right, he said when he went to speak to his family, he felt like he was jumped. And then he said something about spiritually jumped, and I don't know what he's talking about. But he felt like he was jumped. And I don't think he has any space to point out how wrong they have been to him and his feelings towards them. And this apology feels like he needs their help, probably financially, but maybe emotionally or something else. But he needs their help. And in order to get their help, he's putting this out. And the fact, I don't know how ego driven you must be to not know how bad this will look on you. No one, absolutely no one is buying this apology. And I think because he's a good writer, I think his cadence, I think the way he apologized, what he decided to include, I think he did it specifically the way that he did so that we could pick up on the fact that, look, I just got to do what I got to do to survive. Because that's all that was labeled all over it. The check has cleared. The check. The check. Yeah, everyone knows this. Say you need mommy's money again without saying it. Yeah. It was betrayal. You'd have to kill me to talk about my mom to a bunch of nobodies. No, if my mom pissed me off, if my mom did something bad to me when I was growing up, I would be telling the world. I have no such loyalty. I have no such loyalty. I have the only loyalty I have, the only loyalty I have is the one that you fostered. And if you didn't, if you were a trash person, please note that I'm gonna drag you for being a trash person. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. And I've learned that my experience with my mom, who I absolutely adore and love and care for, my experience with her is not people's experience with their parents. And this is another thing that I found. Um, and I am hoping, I know this is trash, but I am hoping that behind the scenes, that Brian McKnight did resolve the issues with his son. I hope that before his son Nico passed away, that regardless of how much I want to drag him publicly, and I saw someone write this on X on Twitter, regardless of how much I want to drag him, and I will not drag him because I am hopeful. I am praying to God that they had resolved privately the issues they had because it is a different kind of evil to know that your child was fighting cancer and be out here doing what you were doing with your stepchildren. It is a different kind of evil to be dragging your children publicly, knowing that one of your sons, they were there fighting cancer. I think that is insane. And I actually don't care what they did. I do not care. I don't want to know. I don't care. Short of unaliving someone close to Brian McKnight, there's no reason for you to be doing that. Wait, what? You ain't right. You ain't right.
So all day, I said to myself I wasn't going to post about this. And as the day wore on, I realized that.
So everyone in the black side of Brian McKnight's family look exactly alike. Is that what you're telling me? So y'all telling me that everyone in Brian McKnight's family, all the men look exactly alike? That's what you're telling me? All right.
How could I not post about this? This morning I found out that my nephew, Nico McKnight, passed away. He'd been bravely battling cancer for the last 2 years or so. And I have a lot of feelings right now. I'm not going off a script or anything like that. I'm just going to be raw with how I'm feeling. Nico was one of those amazing kids who was quirky and curious and ridiculously talented. Amazing singer, an amazing guitar player, had a great eye, was a photographer. And just one of those kids that, at least in my estimation, was somebody you always wanted to be around. And so it really sucks that he's no longer with us. And I will also say, probably one of the reasons why I wasn't going to post about it is I post a lot of things, but I don't post a lot of really, really serious subject things, or certainly family things. And I wanted to post this about Nico, about his legacy, about how amazing he is, and not about what some of you may have heard about, the family drama that has existed for quite some time in our family. I'm not here to discuss that or to talk about how that happened or why it happened. This is not the time or the place, but what I will say is, in any situation, there's always at least three sides to a story. There's my side, your side, and the truth. And the truth, a lot of times, is somewhere in between. So here's the thing. I don't know exactly what was going on there. I know what I've seen. I know what I've heard from all parties involved. And I try not to judge. I just try to be as loving to each person as I can be, because apparently there's so much hurt going on, or was so much hurt going on, that a lot of things didn't get resolved. And again, I want to go back to Nico. I know that kid had a lot inside, a lot eating at him for a long, long, long time. That may have contributed to what happened with him. What I do know is he's out of pain now. And so I can rejoice in the fact that he no longer has to go through the chemo and the radiation and everything else. But I just want to uplift that young man and say we will see him again one day. I love you, Nico. Uncle Claude.
I will not. No, this is not Brian McKnight. This is Brian McKnight's brother, the uncle. I'm trying to be respectful. Let me explain why I'm being respectful. I don't like talking about death at all, and I think this person is trying to make space for Brian McKnight to not be accountable for how much of a trash parent he was, at least publicly, right? We don't know what happened privately, but at least publicly, he was a trash parent. And the way this man talking about his side, your side, and no. I care nothing about that. Brian McKnight publicly dragged, embarrassed, and set his fans on his children, one of which was dealing with cancer. And you're not about to tell me that the stress of that, the absence of the father, all of that in the midst of him dealing with chemotherapy is not a huge problem. Talking about, I don't want to talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, don't leave the door ajar. Don't address it at all. Coming out here talking about, oh, I don't want to talk about it. There's some problems in our family and everyone has their side, and then it's the truth. Yeah, you're providing cover for your brother. That's what you're doing. That is what he's doing. And I'm not saying he didn't love his nephew. I'm not saying he isn't doing the best he can or he isn't grieving. But the need to protect degenerate men feels like one of the major problems in our community, which leads us very directly to something that I want to talk about. This leads us very specifically to this man who has a podcast. What's the name of the podcast? Oh, I don't care. It's Kyle Deontay. I don't know. He's been going viral. And I was like, oh, who this man be? Exactly like that. Who this man be? So I try to figure out what he was talking about. And before we go to his like whole thing, I want to play some of his videos. And I was like, oh, this feels like common sense. This doesn't feel that big a deal. Like I didn't feel like this was that big a deal. But Black Men Online crashing. Black Men Online crashing out. Black Men Online crashing out, and I'm just very, very much. I am very confused. I am concerned. But let's go to these men first. Let's hear what he said, and then we're going to listen to some of these men crashing out. I do want to play some of his stuff before we get to the main thing.
Perpetuate this shit to all black people. We want all black people to adhere to street rules. Don't snitch. What? I'm not supposed to preserve my own freedom? Because you want to fly out the handle? We ain't talking about a RICO case where Diddy was trafficking bricks of cocaine. He was trafficking people. Don't snitch? What are you talking about? Nigga tried to blow up Kid Cudi car. Don't snitch? And he was subpoenaed.
He gotta go.
I'm gonna throw away my Diddy try to
mind you, the reason men are crashing out so viciously online, I think it's because he represents them. He looks and speak like them, a very specific group, but he doesn't sound like them. And so I think there is a dissonance happening. There's a disconnect. And the disconnect leads to the discomfort where they're hearing a man who looks like them, and I'm saying them because it is what it is, saying and speaking the way that he's speaking. And I do think it brings a ton of discomfort. And I don't think they know what to do with it. They can't call him soft. They can't say he's the educated lame. They cannot excommunicate him by a specific feature or virtue. They have to grapple with what he's saying and deny it or address it specifically.
Tried to blow up my car. I've been subpoenaed to come to court and testify, but I'm gonna keep it hip hop and go to prison myself. Me, Kid Cudi. In the words of famous Harlem philosopher, can you be dead ass right
now? Yo. Oh shit.
It just doesn't make sense, yo. It doesn't make sense. You riding in the car with your homeboy, right? Me and you, we riding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a street dude. You a civilian. You go to work every day.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, you think you pick me up from work? I come pick you up from work. I got work in the car. We get pulled over. I throw the work underneath the seat. They ask, whose is it? Now, me being a street nigga and having a code, the real thing to do was say that's my shit instead of implicating my man who completely innocent. But is that what street niggas do?
Oh no.
Oh no. No, let me get this innocent nigga. Let me get this civilian's freedom. Let me put his freedom on the line.
Right.
Because I'm keeping it real. I don't know whose it is. And what's the pressure on you to do? Because of your fear of being judged by men or the possibility of violence ensuing from men, what are you implored to do?
Be quiet. I don't know who work it is.
I don't know who work it is. Mm-hmm. Well, if don't nobody take it, both of y'all going down.
Now both of y'all gotta go to jail.
That's real nigga shit. Oh, hey, if that's real nigga shit, keep me far out of it.
Legally, he's not accurate. He's not. If you're a passenger in a car that hit someone It depends on the jurisdiction whether or not you have a mandatory. I think you should report, obviously, please report. But these camera angles, the legal obligation that you have and the penalty and liability comes down to sort of a jurisdiction specific thing. I just wanted to put that out. I think most hit and run statutes focus on the driver's responsibility, but I think in some jurisdiction that I can think of off the top of my head, the passenger can face liabilities if they do not report. But it's not going to be the same as the driver. So I sorry. Oh, they said that work equals drugs. Wait, what do you? I thought they were talking about. What? Wait, sorry, I have to go back.
Because of your fear of being judged by men or the possibility of violence ensuing from men, what are you implored to do?
Be quiet. I don't know who work it is.
I don't know who work it is. Well, if don't nobody take it, both of y'all going down.
Now both of y'all gotta go to jail.
That's real nigga shit. Oh, hey, if that's real nigga shit, keep me far out of it. I don't want to be no real nigga.
Right.
I'm good on that. And then look, Jeezy fucked up real nigga for me a long time. All the real niggas either dead or in jail. Well, guess what?
Goddamn.
Well, guess what, brother? Guess what, brother? Keep me out of it.
Yeah. I don't want none of it.
I got a lot of goals. Them two ain't it.
Yeah.
All the real niggas either dead. And if you
Y'all know. I'm gonna just move on. Y'all play too much. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I thought they were talking about hit and run. I honest to God thought they were talking about hit and run. Looks like we need another slang lesson in the. No, because they said give you that work sometimes mean fighting. All right, Penelope. All right, we get it. We get it.
harass women, you may know how to take rejection. The majority of men that most women deal with do not.
Yeah.
And you are accountable for that as well. Because I don't got time to figure out which white people are nice, which white people aren't racist, or I have to go on the actions of the group.
Right.
The group as a whole and the history of that group as a whole tells me that they are a danger to me and they are not to be trusted.
Right.
And if you can understand that as a black man and your stance towards white people, then you should absolutely be able to understand women's stance towards.
All right. Y'all get it all out. Y'all get it all out. Cause y'all annoying me. Y'all annoying me.
Towards you. That's women. You may know how to.
I feel attacked. The context is key. I thought it was being used. I heard "come get me." And therefore we were in a car, and then I heard "work," and so I thought he was like, "Oh, we driving, we hit someone, and then we continue driving." Because like, I didn't think you got me to go do crime. Like, I didn't realize it was like, oh, let's go do crime. Like, I thought, oh, let me get home. Because he said, imagine you go because your friend is going to take you home. So on the way home, you hit someone. Maybe I just made up this whole story in my head. I was listening, but I just made up a whole, I had a vision. I had a vision of love. I didn't know y'all were like coming to get me to go do crime. I thought you were coming to get me to take me home, hit someone on the way home, and now I need to figure out if I'm a talk. Yes, I thought it was carpooling. I thought we were carpooling, girl. I don't like driving. You never been in car with the heat, Demas. I was in Texas. I don't remember where in Texas I was. And I did not know. I just did not know. And so my friend, I was with a friend who I love dearly. She is great, she's amazing. But she put me in a car with another friend of hers, and the friend, we were driving home at night, and the friend lift up the shirt. I'm trying to not use gender for the friend. And there was a gun there, but we weren't, it was fine. It was fine. But I didn't know at the time. And when I said I had a panic attack, I had a full on I don't know. Yeah, well, she knows now. She knew why I had a panic attack. But when they lift up and I saw the gun, I had a panic attack. And the car had to be pulled over for me to get out because I was hyperventilating. Like I was dying. And the reason is I was like, oh my God, what if the police stop us? We're going to die. Everyone is going to die. This is not good. Why did I leave? Why did I come to Texas? Why am I here? I don't understand what is happening. And like I just had a full on panic attack. Do not do crime. Please don't do crime around me. Please don't do crime around me. I can't. I can't. If the crime is happening, I'm gonna die, and if the police is questioning me, I'm gonna confess. So, like, it's not. Yeah, no. This is before I understood like open carry means like open carry. Like I knew what it was. This was before law school too, but like I just. Honestly, one of the thoughts I had is like, my mom was right, and this is why you should never do things like that. I was a grown man. I was a grown man. I was like, my mom's gonna be embarrassed. She's gonna be sad if police pull us over and something happened, and then there was a gun there. Like, I just ruined my whole life. Why am I doing this? I have so much to lose. These people don't care about their own life. All right, now we can move on. I've thoroughly embarrassed myself.
To take rejection. The majority of men that most women deal with do not.
Yeah.
And you are accountable for that as well. Because I don't got time to figure out which white people are nice, which white people aren't racist, or da-da-da-da-da. I have to go on the actions of the group.
Right.
The group as a whole and the history of that group as a whole tells me that they are a danger to me and they are not to be trusted.
Right.
And if you can understand that as a black man and your stance towards white people, then you should absolutely be able to understand women's stance towards you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a war on you waged by women. Actually, the war get a little.
What am I? What am I? Finally, a black man speaking. Get what? Explain yourself. Please explain. Please. Ain't no way. 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 Y'all out of pocket. I will remember this.
Thicker when we start talking about it from the perspective of a woman and the greater society of racism and white supremacy being waged against black people, and then the patriarchal society being waged against women. So they have to deal with two elements. One of those elements we don't have to think about, and honestly, we're perpetuated. And it's perpetuated against us young to look at women as objects,
right?
To look at women only through the lens of a sexual desire and not as the human being that they are. And when you understand how to deal with women on a human level, you understand how much women will enrich your life.
Amen.
All right. So I didn't like this because you are dealing with women on a human level in an effort to have them enrich your life. I do agree with the sentiment, right? And I think men are like trying to figure out why women are reluctant to engage, right? Why women are apprehensive in their engagement with men because, yeah. You know what? Let me do it. There's this thing going around about the 100 man versus the bear, the gorilla. The gorilla. 100. I need this to happen. I don't know why my mind just went there, but I need the 100 man versus the gorilla, silverback gorilla, no weapon, just hands. Give me a gun. Let me step up and watch them. And any one of them trying to hurt the gorilla will face the consequences because I don't want the gorilla harmed. But I do want this. And I have a list of men that I want to put forward. I have a list of men. So where do we send in? I need to send in these applications for these men. They don't have to do the work. Just like a resume and how y'all update resume for men y'all are dating. I want to put in the resume of some men to go fight this gorilla. I do. I have a I have a list of men that I want to include. I'll give you all some of their names. Let me try. I'm trying to go through something that I did with some names. I'm just going to transfer these names. R. Kelly, Kanye West, Chris Brown, Tory Lanez, P. Diddy, Meek Mills, I said that, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, I'll throw him in there for good measure. Kodak Black, that's a name that I wanted to add. I mean, the Cheeto, yeah, but I'm only doing black men. DDG is also someone that I would want to add. Boosie. I think Boosie would be a good candidate. I do. I think Boosie and Future would be a good candidate. Drake. Yeah, I would add Drake. Umar. Yeah, just throw Umar in there too. Charlemagne the God. Charlemagne the God would be in there too. I think that would be useful. Who else? Eric Adams. Mayor Eric Adams. Throw him in there. I'm going to keep updating this list, but I need this to happen. I know people are joking about it. Shannon Sharp. I know people are joking about it and they're like, oh my God, ha ha ha, men will be. I want to test it. I think we should test it in a controlled environment that could protect the silverback gorilla. A fully grown silverback gorilla, all men, no armor, no weapon, just their hands and feet. And let's see what happens. I think we could do it. I think we could do it.
Amen.
You want to turn it up a notch?
Yeah.
Get you a good woman get you a good black woman in your corner.
Amen.
Hey man, you want to see your life turn up?
Hey.
And see, this is the thing now.
See, this is the part that I don't understand. Like, I agree with him, but even his assertion here is about utility of women and how much better they are for you. If instead of being mean to them, you extract labor by being nice to them, but it's still extracting labor. It is transactional in the way that disrupt the idea of love. I don't believe that love is about getting or taking. It is about giving. And I don't think if you're broken, you can love meaningfully. I don't fully believe this. I think we can love each other in ways that are helpful to each other. But I think, as a general matter, you should think about love as your opportunity to give rather than receive. So, hearing him explain why it is that you should treat women better and be better to women because they will give to you feels transactional in a way that I don't find good. Like, you should care for and create space for people to be happy and invest in them, not because you want something in return, but if they're only extracting and they're parasitic, then you remove them from your life. But you shouldn't be doing it in order to reap a bunch of stuff from people. It feels like you're trying to extract labor. The end of this, mind you, is not getting stitched. The end of this is not being engaged with on TikTok. Only the beginning, because men are upset and women are defending him. But the back end of this is not engaged with, and I don't know why.
No, that's it's a privilege, bro. It's a privilege. You know what I'm saying? We often disregard the power of our Black women. The spiritual essence that they're gonna bring to things, the knowing, the seeing, you know what I'm saying? Also, too, imagine it. They have to be hyper vigilant because they have to be constantly scanning the room, making sure that they're in a safe situation.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? When we think about these kids who were clearly in.
So again, make women safe so they can labor for you. That's what I hear. I'm not saying that's what he's saying. And I think that might not be a charitable interpretation of what he's saying, but that's the vibe I'm getting. And I could be wrong, but that's how I interpret the statement.
Louisiana having the time of their fucking life because they graduated. And we think about white people's reaction to Black joy.
Oh yeah, that's
it's not about civility. It's not about decorum. They don't like to see us happy.
That's what it is.
Now, how often are women just having a good time and here come a nigga trying to ruin their fun?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. You can call it pandering, but if I was up here caping for white women, you wouldn't even mention that word. If I was up here caping for Hispanic women,
I knew one of y'all weren't gonna let me. I knew someone. I knew. Thank you, Musho. I didn't read this when you said it. I apologize. Black men can abuse, degenerate, and be degenerate and take out a woman, but an attitude from a Black woman off with her head. It's annoying and exhausting. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think he's trying to sell men on respecting women. I agree. I think he's trying to sell men on respecting women. But the fact is, it feels like he believes the way to do that is to point out what they gain from doing it. So, like, don't respect women because they're human beings. Don't respect women because they're human beings and deserving of respect. Respect women because they will benefit you. So respect them for their labor. That's what I'm getting. Again, these are my vibes and my feelings, and I don't want to superimpose them. I know a lot of women heard this and they loved and adored it and they're defending it. And I don't want to dissuade you from that. It's just the end of this just didn't fit right with me. But that's it. That's my critique. And my critique should not dissuade you from engaging. There is this notion that men are gatekeeping women online. Please note, you are welcome to go wherever you want to go, say whatever you want to say. I do not care. If there is a man online that you think is doing what needs to be done and you want to support, please note that that is none of my business. The internet is a free place, and anyone trying to control you about where you should go is absolutely diabolical and useless. That's my opinion, particularly a man.
You wouldn't even call it pandering. Only when we take pride and show love to Black women do you call it pandering. Get your motherfucking mind right. Use your cabeza.
And now here is one of the big things that are pissing people off. That was one of them, but here's another. And then we're going to watch the responses.
Understand that accountability just a word, it can be a trigger word for some people, right? Some people grew up in like hostile environments, especially like they might have had like helicopter parents or very overbearing or very strict parents, so they had to be hyper vigilant in their childhood, and whether that be that they were always accused of doing something, right? Your parents questioning you and you always on the defense, like, so you take that word and it may trigger something about being in trouble, like you feel like you're in trouble,
right?
And a child, when they're in trouble, either one lies, which we've seen a lot of lying going on, or two tries to pass the buck, and we see a lot of that going on. I'm talking to men, and men are saying, well, what about women? I'm talking to men. I'm a man, we men. If W.E.B. the boys, who gonna be the girls?
I didn't hear that he messed it up. That is not, oh my God. That is so, he messed that up. That was supposed to be a word play, and he messed it up so bad. It is not if W.E.B. the boy, then who be the girl. It is if we, they separate takes W.E. and then put, oh my God, if we be the boys, then who be the girls? It's not if W.E.B. Sorry, that's so annoying because it's such a good wordplay. It is such a good. I can't.
I like what you did there, brother.
I stole that from a girl on Twitter. That shit was so funny to me. But it can be a trigger.
No, he said on Twitter. This version. No. He saw it written on Twitter, but then he didn't fully understand it. Then maybe he didn't understand it. He tried. Yeah, he tried. That's all that matters. Good. Period. Yeah. Have a good one.
I'm talking to men. I'm a man. We men. If W.E.B. the boys, who gonna be the girls?
I like what you did there, brother.
I stole that from a girl on Twitter. That shit was so funny to me. But it can be a trick.
If why would you say if W.E. like that doesn't make sense? Because then you go take a joke but not understand. I'm kidding. We moving on.
Trigger. You grow up in these hostile environments or with these overbearing parents, and anytime there's an accusation, it'll put you on 10. You have to find a way out. You always playing the defense. And I just want you to know that this isn't one of those times. But I know that as we get into anti-intellectualism and we get into a place where people let their ideologies lead the way and just turn their brain off to everything. So let's make this a simple analogy.
Okay.
Me and you, we riding in the car. Road rage incident happened just out the blue. I hop out, gun a nigga down. If you don't come forward and say, y'all, I was with this nigga, he wilded out, he killed somebody, this shit ain't have nothing to do with me. I'm just letting y'all know this is his name, this is information. You snitch, right?
Right.
But you take the onus off of you because you didn't do anything to create this situation, but you are doing something to rectify the situation, right?
Right.
To bring forth justice because he tripped out and he killed somebody. That is you taking accountability for yourself. You're not taking accountability for his action because you don't need to be accountable if you did something to rectify the situation. Now, if you say nothing, you become an accessory to murder, and now you are accountable for his actions because you didn't do anything.
Right.
If you in the car with a nigga and they jump out and blick somebody down and you don't come forth to the police, you will be held accountable for his actions because you were there and you didn't do anything about it.
Facts.
So now
again, even for this with the weapon, when you shoot, if you as a witness, you should report, but the duty is gonna be state specific. I don't know why I'm even addressing this because my addressing this is not important. I just can't just let it go because like I'm gonna leave it alone now. The word accountability is triggering for these men because they weaponize the word in bad faith argument against Black women to shame. Yeah.
From this,
Yeah.
they're going to miss that.
Of course.
They're going to miss that.
Of
And what are
course.
they going to say?
You snitch.
You're a snitch.
Yeah. You know that's coming.
You would rather be an accessory to murder.
You rather do 25 to life?
25 to life. For some shit that have nothing to do with you.
Because you wanted to ride from work and a nigga killed the nigga.
Imagine that.
All right. Thank you, by the way, Dr. Umar Spinkito. Now we're going to watch the responses. We are going to watch the responses. I love your channel. Hi, everyone. Oh, gold petals. Thank you so much. Oh, Clarence Thomas. Thank you. I didn't know if I said that, but him too. All right. So let's watch some of the responses. Because men crashing out, girl.
Niggas like Deontay Kyle, Derek Jackson, Conscious Lee, you're never gonna see them talking negatively about Black women. You always gonna see them stand on a pandering ass shit. Why? Black women is putting money in their pockets. And we all know Black women, the easiest thing to do in every culture on the planet, no. The easiest person to trick into getting your money is a Black woman. All you gotta do is tell them what they want to hear. Oh, Black women is always wrong. Black men is terrible to Black women, and Black women deserve the world. Oh my God, here, what do you have? Support your money. Let me support whatever you got going on. Take my money. Not knowing you are racist, you can't stand their hair, you think they loud and belligerent, all that shit. They so easy to lie to and trick. You're never gonna see them niggas like that, the creators I just named, and niggas like them who are adjacent to them, ever talk negatively about Black women. Women are in the workforce now. Their dollar and their thoughts matter. And that's all they care about is having a voice heard. They don't give a fuck about changing problems. They just want to talk about shit. And if you coincide with that and co-sign with that shit, they're going to put money in your pocket. So if you a nigga that stand on shit and like, no, you was wrong on that, you never going to have the support of Black women if you tell the truth. Black men is terrible to Black women, and Black women is.
Okay, so bottom teeth here bottom teeth here is mad because he thinks that these men are pandering to women. Interestingly, I think he doesn't make the argument that he wants men to pander to men. I don't know why straight men would be pandering to other men. Like, I feel like it would make sense to pander to women. That's the first thing. But he knows he's lying. He knows he's wrong because Kevin Samuels pointed out the way to make money. And not only did he make money off of this, he engaged with it meaningfully, that the way to actually make money is to disrespect Black women. A group of people who are outraged, who are not going to cancel you, right? And who are going to show up, they're going to provide you the kind of push you need in the algorithm. The best way to go viral, and everyone knows this, is to disrespect Black women because they're not protected by either other Black women who apparently just show up and try to be different than the rest of the Black women, and also the Black man who wants to drag Black women for no reason, all reason. Like, I don't even understand fully why Black men want to drag Black women. Because, like, there is a psychological thing that happens generally where a group that cannot protect the people within that group aren't respected. Right? So no one is going to respect a group of people who can't protect the women in their group. Like, it's just not going to happen. Psychologically, that doesn't make sense. But I don't know that these men who want to drag Black women either knows or cares about that. Right? Anywho, we're gonna move from bottom teeth. Let's let bottom
Support whatever
teeth.
you got going on. Take my money.
Let's leave bottom teeth alone, and then let's go over to. Oh, he had another one. Let me play his other one before we go to Phantom Follicles. Before we go to Phantom Follicles, let's do hear another one from bottom teeth.
I know what's crazy? I don't have a problem with what Deontay Kyle said. I actually support what he said. But I only support it as long as I can apply that logic across the field. We're not just gonna restrict it towards black men. No, you as a black woman have to be accountable. You have to hold yourself accountable for the bitches that's stole from me, set me up to get killed, gaslighted me, physically abused me, emotionally abused.
So when he said he understood and agreed, he didn't. They weren't talking about one anecdotal experience. He said most men, when they engage with women and women reject them, this is what happens. So women aren't able to sort of go through the process of figuring out who the good or the bad men are. Men have the sort of obligation to prove themselves. So because you individually have that experience, it doesn't mean most women are like that. Now, obviously you can do what you want to do, but you fundamentally misunderstood what was being said to project the hatred and disdain that you have for black women. Now, it is wild and sad that his life has panned out the way that it has. For him to go through relationship after relationships where women are beating him, abusing him, stealing his money, cheating on him, leaving him, this just sound like a lot. Like, I understand why he mad.
Abuse me.
I do understand why he's mad and look like the way.
Gas.
I understand why he is crashing out online, looking the way that he looks with foam building up around his mouth and his bottom teeth unbrushed. Like, I get it. Like, if women were dragging you, then you might not have the time to brush your teeth and go to the dentist and fix the bottom row. But hear this. This is a lot. This is a lot for any man to go through.
Stole from me, set me up to get killed. You as a black woman have to be accountable. You have to hold yourself accountable for the bitches that's stole from me, set me up to get killed, gaslighted me, physically abused me, emotionally abused me. You have to be accountable for that as a black woman. As a black man, I have to be accountable for the niggers that white people don't want to deal with. Hey, it is what it is. Most black people act like niggers. So I have to be accountable for what every white person doesn't want to deal with me. They not wrong for that now. This logic that y'all trying to like pass by is gonna change the game. I'm cool with it as long as I can apply it to you, and that's where the disconnect comes in, because you think you're better than me. So the logic doesn't apply to you. You're a black woman. You don't do anything wrong to anybody. You've never done anything wrong to anybody. So how can anybody think that, how can anybody have this type of same logic?
It's why him saying the hard R is ER is kind of wild. It's kind of wild. The way he's trying to separate himself from the other black men is kind of insane. Like, there was a book about where the guy, I forgot which book I was reading, but I'm pretty sure it was in a book. It wasn't on a TV show. It was in a book where they were interviewing people who did heinous crimes. And what they found were all of these men who did heinous crimes saw themselves as good, and they could not see themselves as bad or what they did as bad. They had all the excuses for what they did. And I do think to some extent this extend beyond the prison house to a broader population where people in defining the bad man, the thugs, the degenerates, the men with bad teeth, and the men with do-rag outside. I'm kidding. You can wear your do-rag wherever you want to wear it. I think they define themselves out of the bad men. And I think that's what happens a lot. Because look, sir, I hate to be the one to tell you, I don't even define myself out of it, right? But it is.
Fallacy with you. You're perfect. You're a black woman. I know. All you niggas is panderers. Soon as y'all get money from women and start seeing how much women contribute to the capitalism with their ignorance and emotional financial decisions, y'all niggas start pandering. Deontay Kyle was a cool nigga, and till he started seeing bitches put money in his pocket.
All right, let's go to phantom follicles. Let's go to phantom follicles. Let's go. Cause I feel like I feel like I gotta go away, and you know that I won't, and I don't never stop. You know, I gotta never do that. Stop me.
Yeah, this one right here is directly for Dante Kyle. This pandering, wokety woke Negro. Number one, I'm not responsible for no other man. I don't have to hold no other man accountable for shit. The only people in my life that I hold accountable is myself and the people in my household, and also the people in my family. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Secondly, right?
And that's why you're not in charge of the system. And that's why the criminal justice system holding us accountable, because you're not about to do it. Meanwhile, there are people talking about abolish prison. Wait, no. The phony homie. Yeah. Wokey woke.
Right? I don't give a fuck about how a Caucasian feels about me. That's y'all's fucking problem now. You always worried about what somebody else thinks about you. Why do you give a fuck? All right. I don't need no other race to validate who I am as a man. Second of all, when it comes to these ladies and
I mean, historically, you do, because we unfortunately weren't even considered men, fully humans. We were. we got the South fought for us to be fully humans, so that we could be counted in their population and that they could have a majority. They could have a majority. So actually, you do actually have to look to other men to define our humanity, unfortunately, and we have. So, I mean, if you want to get technical, let me leave it alone.
Quote unquote getting harassed by different men, my answer to that is quick. Maybe, just maybe, if you stop dressing like a concubine, people wouldn't treat you like one. You know, you can't be out in the club dressing like a scarlet around alcohol and around men and then wonder why you might get quote unquote disrespected by a random guy.
You cannot drink alcohol, dress the way you dress, and be around men and not expect. What does it say about men? No. Because he's dragging Deontay or Dante. I think it's Deontay. He's dragging Deontay, but validating what, yeah, these women don't trust these men because they're terrible. Then you're saying, well, you can't be around alcohol and around men and not expect. That's what he's saying. They expect it. Like you are literally highlighting rape culture. Like you just explained rape culture. When you say a woman cannot be around men and drinking and wearing certain things without expecting blah blah blah, you just explained it. That's the problem. Yes, thank God you got it. Now you won't do anything with it besides validating your dusty opinion, but yes, that's exactly the problem.
But see, this is the problem in this country. We hold children to a higher standard than we hold grown women. You know, when I was a kid, like 12 years old, I almost got snatched up by an individual and the cops got involved. And don't you know the first thing the cop told me? Didn't your mom ever teach you not to talk to strangers? You see that? Even at 12 years old, I was held accountable for my actions.
No, sir, you dumb, disgusting, useless jerk. How are you thinking you weak enough to be of a person? That is not accountability. That is them telling you to protect yourself. But I promise you, if they caught the man trying to abduct you, probably, I don't know if it's a man, the person trying to abduct you, they would probably imprison that person. What do you mean? Do you like? I'm sorry. Telling you not to talk to strangers It's not holding you accountable. It is an attempt at protecting you from people who are disgusting and degenerate. If those disgusting and degenerate people engage in bad behavior, they still will get held accountable by being dragged rightfully into the courts and into prison. That's the whole point. So when we say women, please don't talk to these men, don't take drinks from these men, yes, that is an attempt to protect these women in the case that they do because they didn't know they weren't supposed to take drinks from these men because they trust these men for some reason and you drug them, yes, you should go to prison for it. That is the accountability. You dumb. Like, oh my God. Like I was getting held accountable as a child because they told me not to talk to strangers, and they asked if I wasn't told not to talk to stranger. It would be a valid argument if they said, "Hey, your mom told you not to talk to strangers, so you almost got abducted, so we're going to let this person go. they're gonna go free because you should not have spoken to them. Because you spoke to them, we're gonna let them go." And we won't hold them accountable for being a degenerate, disgusting human being and breaking the law. We're going to let them go because you should have known better as a child. If that happened, this argument works. If it doesn't happen, if they were trying to capture that man, bring him into jail or prison, then no, it wasn't holding you accountable for what a grown, dusty, disgusting person is doing. Like, ultimately, he's like, "Oh, it wasn't kidnapping because you were talking to me." Like, no. I love your channel. Hey, everyone. Hey. Somehow black men have become the face of incel. Yep, and the fact that black men have become the face of passport bros is actually kind of insane. Every time I see another black man post about being a passport bro and watching the government put black men up as passport bro and sex traffickers. Like, it's not funny because I'm a part of this mess now, but it's like, y'all can't even shut up for 2 seconds. Y'all loud and obnoxious. Most of y'all can't even afford to be traveling, right? So that black men are the face of passport bros is actually kind of insane when they can't afford to be. You know, like like we legit kind of in a way.
But not these women, not in this country. We hold children to a higher standard than we hold grown women. You know what it is? It's because the average woman in this country is nothing but a child with breasts. And you can see it in real life, in real time, how they act and how they conduct themselves. Right? You're going out to a club, you're dressing in tight, scandalous clothing, you're around alcohol. It's dudes, they're consuming alcohol. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? That's like holding a plate of food out for a dog and getting mad at him for going for it.
So in this situation, the men are the dogs who have no self-control. So the men are the dogs in men are dogs with no self-control is what you just said. Are you sure that's your final answer? Are you sure that is your final answer? Because on one hand, they want you to believe that they're leaders, logical, reasonable, thoughtful, all of that. And on the other hand, they are beasts who cannot control themselves. You can't be both, actually. Add him to the group of men to fight the gorilla. I better not ever hear him say women have bad attitudes then right.
And when it comes to this DV shit, miss me with that. DV is a you problem. And that goes for both parties, both the man and the woman. Okay? It only takes one time for somebody to knock you upside your head for you to change your environment. Anytime after that is your fault. And to the men.
Yo, I had a debate. Um, One of the things that I did not know was happening, and I do think in the way that we were laughing at me about me and the word, was it heat? No, I know what heat meant. Whatever the word meant for gun that I didn't know, I forgot what the word was. But anyway, the way that I didn't know that, I always feel very taken aback when like there are certain words or ideas that I didn't know about. This is an idea that was deeply troubling to me and has always bothered me ever since I learned about it. And I learned about it like this year or last year. I promise you this is true. I did not work. Thank you. Work, work, work. Hey, Stephanie Perry, how are you? I didn't see you in here. How are you? How are you? She has a lovely travel channel where Black women are resting, and I love the channel so much. Anyway, I did not know that there were people who believe that if you are a person who is being abused and you stay, that is your fault and it is your problem and you have consented to your abuse. When I tell you that my whole world shifted mentally about, I don't know, just how we engage and care for people, like I promise I didn't know that. I promise you, I just assumed we were all on the same page, man, woman, everyone. Degenerates would lie, but I just assumed. I think this is a deeply held belief by a lot of people that you're at fault and you are supposed to be blamed for being abused, even when they understand the cycle of abuse and that people tend to not leave their abuser after the first, and that abuse doesn't just happen randomly. It usually it is a buildup where the abuser tends to be nice and kind and the perfect gentleman at times, and then out of nowhere or due to a buildup, it happens, and the victim sometimes can't believe it happened, think it's only going to happen one time, and by the end of the abuse, you're like, wait, I sat through all of that because it was so gradual and you missed so much. And obviously, you should leave. But I did not know that on the outside, there were people saying, well, it's your fault if you didn't leave. I did not know that. And I was deeply concerned. Oh, yeah, trigger warning. Sorry. I want to, by the way, I want to apologize because I do this thing where I don't say trigger warning. I'm very Jamaican in that way, and I do want to apologize. I'm very Jamaican in that way. There's generally no warning, and there is this very blunt way of just like talking without prefacing, and I do recognize that people are harmed and this can be triggering for a lot of people. So I want to take the time to apologize. I don't know how to do it properly because I don't, trigger warning is not something that pops into my mind. And I'm not pre-planning a lot of the things that I'm saying. I just kind of have an outline. So I didn't know I was going to talk about this. So it's very difficult to do. Yeah, I don't know how to preface generally. I'll move on.
When you can't control a situation, that does not mean you put your hands on a woman. All right. So DV is a you problem to both parties. So Dante Kyle, please miss me with all that.
No, domestic violence is not a you problem to both parties. It is the person who is abusing the victim that is at fault. And I refuse to entertain any argument that the victim of DV should take responsibility for their abuse. I refuse it. I refuse to do it. Unless you're a therapist talking to that person about building up the will to leave, I don't want to hear it.
That bullshit. Okay, miss me with all that bullshit. The problems that these women are having are with low hanging fruit men. Any dude in his right mind.
Mind you, again, he's probably thinking when he says low-hanging fruit men that he not one of them. He's probably thinking, even after he said all of what he just said, that he is not a low-hanging fruit and he wouldn't be a problem, and we should not side-eye any woman who watched this and then decide to date him. He defined himself out of degeneracy while he represents degeneracy. So it's weird because these men literally cannot see. I don't know how to explain this. These men are unable to see that they are, in fact, that which they are railing against. Like, you are the degenerate. Like, you are the degenerate. It is you. You're the low-hanging fruit. It's you. You are the problem. You represent the archetype of the man that you're that you're talking about.
Don't conduct himself like how these women are describing. These women are talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays. Number one, what good upright man is going to be in a club? Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, what do you mean? So good men don't go. good men don't go to the. good. All right. I mean, let me add this one.
I gotta destroy somebody else's logic.
So Nose Ring had things to say.
I gotta destroy somebody else's logic once again, bro. I don't know when y'all gonna learn with me, but you know, roll the tapes, I guess.
Here's this analogy, right? A woman walking in the woods, aware that this may be a bear, right? The logic is like.
Okay, so this man right here, he means well. This one with the glasses, the teeth, and the dusty backdrop. This man right here, he means well. He's off the Dr. Umar Hotep ilk. He is. But like, there's nothing about the
Like this, you should know the risk, the allergy, right? A woman walking in the woods, aware that this may be a bear, right? The logic is like this. You should know the risk. That's just how nature is. Not all bears bite. And what they're really saying is rationalize your fear. Normalize the danger. We're not changing. And women are expected to live with that calculus while men have to admit that, men never admit that they built the woods.
Your entire video is based off of the perspective that all men have a role to play in setting up the woods, putting the bear in the woods, and creating that environment for women. And that's nonsense. That's just not true. It is a very small percent of men that have created that environment, and women cannot rationalize the fear that they have of that small percentage of men, so they project it onto all men. And now
all right, let's say it's a very small percentage of men, and thus women would not have the ability to project it on all men. That very small percentage of men had a bunch of men and women enslaved. that small group of men had a group of other men enslaved, not human, Jim Crowed, imprisoned, the prison industrial complex. Like, if you want to blame it upwards, you can't do that and then ignore the fact of the kind of power being wielded. But it's not just a small percentage of men. It is a lot of men, a large majority, a critical mass, if you will. Ignore majority and do critical mass.
you're telling me I have a role to play in fixing an environment that, for one, I was never a part of, but for two, that only exists inside the head of an irrational woman? The logic you are using is the same exact logic that racist white people use against black people. Oh, well, there's a small percentage of the population that behaves and acts like this, and I really don't like it, so I think it's just best for me to stay away from all of them, because from what I've seen, it's been unsafe to be around this small percentage of them, so therefore it's just better to stay away from all of them.
And that's where you got it wrong. Ain't no small percentage. It, it is small percentage. They got it wrong because they're racist, but ain't no small percentage. You staying away from them. I know with that nose ring, that ear, all of that, I know you also staying away from them.
That sounds ignorant. You telling me that I have a role to play in fixing something that I was never a part of is no different than somebody coming up to black people and saying, hey, racist white people feel the way that they feel for a reason about y'all. Whether or not you participated in it or not, you still have a role to play in understanding why these racist white people feel the way that they feel. And now you're responsible for creating and setting up a new environment for them to feel more comfortable around y'all.
Or, hear me out. If you have a bunch of grapes and only 2 of those grapes are poisonous and they would kill you, would you still eat? And how many grapes would you eat from the bucket of grapes? I would venture to say, unless you're starving, you probably won't eat any. So, regardless if there are a lot or a few, if you cannot determine by a look, a glance, engagement quickly who the bad ones are, it's very difficult for people to make decisions about how to engage if they're not being super cautious, overly cautious with the engagement. People knowing that they're going to be harmed or that they could be harmed by some men, if not all, if not most, but some, and they could be unalive, means that they're going to engage with extreme caution. So I feel like there is a way of speaking for pseudo intellectuals. I've picked it up. The conscious person, him, a bunch of people have it where they say nothing, they don't engage with reason, they know absolutely nothing about debate and debating style, and they just talk. But I think they think the tone and the way that they speak is enough to make us, the viewer, believe that they are rational and thinkers. It, I don't know if it works on people generally, but it doesn't work for any person who is thinking. It might work for people not thinking, but for people who are thinking, it does not work. Now I want to debate this guy. I don't want to debate the bald guy, but I want to debate this guy and Teeth. I don't want to debate them for real, but I would like to have a discussion on here because unless you're challenging them directly, it feels like they feel like they're smart. But Phantom Follicles don't think he's smart. Phantom Follicles just saying women ought to be blamed for their abuse. He does not think he's smart. He's not trying to be smart. He's just a man with a head and a camera talking to anyone who want to talk to him. This one thinks he's smart. Bottom teeth, bottom row thinks he's smart. And I feel like those people would want to talk. So if y'all want to go talk to them, go to.
If I was to say that, y'all would all be on here claiming how ignorant and dumb I am, and rightfully so. So you say the same thing now with that same logic applying to all men about a small minority percentage of men.
I mean, my thing is, here's the thing that I don't like. I feel like when men want to be, okay. In our world, I think that men feel like they're forced to be with women. I do. I think that men feel like they're forced to be with women. And I think those men who feel like they're forced to be with women, they develop a deep resentment for women. Not only men who are forced to be with women, but men who are forced to be with women they don't want and cannot have the women they want. And so there is a resentment of the women they have or have access to and the women that they think they're being forced to be with. And I want to say this. I want to hold y'all's hands when I say this. You don't have to be with women. You don't. Like I feel like it's time that men who don't like women accept that they don't have to be with them. Like you can be with, well, I don't know who you want to be with, but you don't have to be. You ain't gotta be with women. Because I don't think these men, the viciousness and vitriol aimed at women, it's too deep, it's too hateful for me to believe that you like women. So it's like, if you don't like women, if you don't want to be with women, if you have this homosocial bond with other men and you're only with women to prove to other men that you're worth it, and you want respect from other men, you want love from other men, you want care from other men, like, I think that you I wish we were in a world where everyone felt comfortable being who they are and living their truth. And I think a lot of headache would subside. That's, that's what I think. I think that. And I wish love, true love, not the love where you're forced to be with a woman, but true love. I wish true love on these men's. I Anywho, I want us to go over to some white people business. So if you are here and you don't want to be in white people's business, I'm going to go into the after show. I've said everything that I wanted to say about black people business. So we're going to go into white people business. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all so much. But we're gonna go into white people business because I was very, there is this idea that when I talk about men, it's like only black men. And no, that's not true. And then there's this idea that, like, oh, if you give the ugly man, not the ugly, like the good guy, the good presenting guy, the guy that is not muscular, the guy that is, you're not really attracted to, if you give them a chance, then it will work out because they will be so happy to be with you. Mind you, when you give certain people a chance, you put them on, you invest in them, and then they start feeling themselves a little too much. A little too much. And people who have never had this much attention tend to not know what to do with the attention. And look, when they said the good guy, they're talking about a very specific looking guy. You have never heard them say, oh, why didn't you give the good guy a chance when the good guy was attractive? You have never heard these men say, oh, he's a good guy in reference to like an attractive man. It's usually some busted, disgusted man who know how to put on a suit, but their face is challenged. That's the man that people are like, oh, it's the good guy. No, you can keep your good guy self to yourself. And like the fact that women are out here talking about, oh my God, I had to learn to love him. I had to learn to love him and not to learn. I have to be by myself. I'm not learning to love him. I'm not learning to love anyone. Absolutely not. I'm not doing it. Like if you barely made it here, if you barely made, let me stop. Let me stop. So they have no self-control but want to lead. Yep, that sure is what they want to do. All right. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go into white people's business now. By white people, I mean the wizard Liz. And I'm going to talk a little bit about those kind of content in a minute, but I'll see you in a minute. I did not put her in the thumbnail because I don't want her fans here. I don't the girl's crashing out. Her fans are crashing out online. They're like, how could you do that? She's so beautiful and amazing. And saying a woman is beautiful and that's why you don't understand why a man would cheat means you fundamentally misunderstand every lesson that you've ever learned. Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce. Ain't nobody safe. Your looks, the who you are and what you do has nothing to do with what that man does and when he does it. And if you keep thinking that it is your problem and your value that leads to someone cheating on you, you will continue fail the assignment. You will continue to fail the assignment. Someone cheating on you is not your problem. You deciding to stay, however, is your problem. That is the one abuse. That is the one like. And I'm not saying you should leave. I'm saying if you stay, just know that you stayed. Just know you stayed. Anyway, that's not what this is about. The Wizard Liz and her man did a Q&A. Let me tell you when. They did the Q&A 6 days ago. And I need you to know that while he's doing this Q&A, around this time, he was cheating. He was caught creating a Snapchat. This is a famous woman on YouTube. He was caught creating a Snapchat to inquire about whether or not another woman would be into him sexually or whatever, right? Now, mind you, the person he Snapchatted was a fan of his then fiance. And I think that is diabolical. Not only did you try to cheat, but you tried to cheat with a fan of your fiance who rejected you, screenshotted what you said, and then sent it to your wife. Thankfully, the wife is like, oh, you did this, and put him on blast. So I did gain some respect for her because she was like, oh, no. You were trying to get with one of my subscribers. I don't want my subscribers to think I'm in on this. I'm not covering this up. I'm publicly blasting you to tell you absolutely not. I'm not going to read that whole blasting. So she said no, and she just eared it all out. She could have covered this up, mind you. She could have covered it up. She just eared it out. And I slightly have some respect for her because she makes content about having self-esteem, not settling for less than you deserve, being the it girl, attracting beauty and fortune and everything into your vortex. I don't listen to these things. I don't. I do not. I think they are toxic. And this toxic world of law of attraction is just another ruse to make desperate people who are down on their luck feel better about themselves instead of having them get up and go work. There is a part after watching 15 of her videos at some point between yesterday and today. I do like that she emphasizes self-esteem, particularly in women. I do like that there is an overemphasis in that. And there is a part that says that it's not about what people do to you, it's about how you react to it. And I do like that in real time, we're seeing her doing that. All right, that out of the way, let's go to her and her man's. Her and her man's doing a Q&A. And people were like, oh my God, there were so many red flags. There were so many red flags. There were not a lot of red flags. Like I saw them in retrospect. I don't know that had I seen this video prior to them having problems, that I would know that these are red flags. But now that we know he's a trifling, disgusting, useless person, now that we know he's the killer at the end of the movie, as someone commented, it's wild watching him weasel his degenerate ways in. All right, let's do it. This is her, by the way.
To switch therapists with no additional charge. So it saves you a lot of time off your first month.
Well, hey. This is the man. This is the man. Anyway, anyway, it's fine.
Hey guys, some of you may know me from YouTube back in the day. I haven't done YouTube in the longest time, but hi. Before we get into questions, I actually want to say something. So, look, I don't think any relationship.
To be clear, he did try to cheat with a woman. He did try to cheat with a woman. So for anyone who asked, no one asked. No one asked. But I just want to clarify that it is in fact with a woman that he was trying to cheat. It was with a woman.
Is 100% perfect. I think that a lot of YouTubers will come on and they'll do like a Q&A about a relationship and they're just gonna make it look like everything is rainbows and butterflies. At the end of the day, you get into relationships to grow. And a marriage, in my opinion, and I think we agree on this. You don't want me to say that?
Oh, I want you to say whatever you want.
Okay. A marriage is about.
This is a safe space.
This is a safe space. I think the purpose of life is creation and evolution. So you get together in a relationship with someone, you get married, you create together, you create success, a family, and then you evolve together. So honestly, for this Q&A, I don't want to like. I want us to be real.
I wasn't planning on.
I want us to be real.
Again, he cheated with he tried to cheat with a woman. And when I say when someone cheats, if you catch someone cheating, they cheated multiple other times. There is no power on earth that will ever convince me that if you get caught cheating once, that was the only time you cheated or attempted to cheat. It just, I will never believe it. I will never believe it.
And just be like, yeah, okay,
I don't know if
here's
you know
what it's
my
like.
channel, but I always just say whatever I feel.
Okay. You're so beautiful.
You can just say whatever you want.
Hit that like button if you think Liz is just so beautiful.
Okay, don't do that. Please don't do that. Okay, anyway, so how did you guys meet?
We've kind of told this a little bit, haven't we?
We've talked about this before, but I want to clarify actually the story because I've seen some stuff online that's not true.
Oh, yeah,
Basically, me and Landon first met now 4 years ago.
Something like that.
4
Yeah,
years
3.5
ago,
something.
Landon messaged me. He DM'd me on Instagram and he DM'd me a book that I should read. Then I was getting into my previous relationship. So we did message like back and forth.
Pretty much, one day I opened my Instagram, and this is when, I guess they still do it now, but you would get like recommended posts. And I think Liz's content was just starting to blow up. And so I got a recommended post about her account and I saw her and I immediately was like, oh my gosh, there's something special about this person. I don't know what it is. Obviously you're so.
Mind you, he was in a relationship. He was in a relationship. Do not let it pass you, because she tried to clarify that when they were messaging back and forth that it wasn't while he was in a relationship. So look, it is what it is. You can think what you want to think. I'm thinking what I want to think, but yeah.
So beautiful, but there was something deeper. And so I was like, I'm gonna send her a message. What should I say? And then I realized I just want to add value. Maybe there's something I could put you on. And so I sent her a book recommendation for a book called The Master Key System, which is the best book I've ever read. So I highly recommend it.
I remember I looked at his pictures and you really didn't look how you look right now. I just thought, oh, he's so cute. He looks so nerdy,
I think I look older now. A nerd though. I'm a nerd.
Yeah, but no, now I feel like you've evolved a little bit.
Upper
nerd.
All right. At least they both know. At least they both know what he. This is the good guy that they said to give a chance to. By the way, this is a good guy that they said to give a chance to.
Upper nerd. Okay.
Yeah, when I saw those pictures, I was like, oh, he looks cute. But obviously, I didn't think anything of it. We just talked a little, and that was it. I got into my relationship. You also got into a relationship then. So we were both just living our lives. And
but in my head, I adored you, to be honest. Every time that you would send me a message, I got.
You hear that? You hear that? You got into a relationship. I got into a relationship. And he says, but I still adored you. And every time you would send me a message while I was in a relationship, she clarified in the comments that that's not what she meant. That's what he said. I don't care nothing about the clarification. So what was said is that while he was in a relationship, he was pining after you and he was looking to you. Maybe you didn't do anything, but this for me is the biggest red flag in this video that I think I would have picked up on regardless of if he cheated. He was in a relationship and he's like, oh, I was so excited. I was so into you. Okay, sure.
Just uniquely excited. And also it'll tie into the story, but the first time you ever sent me a voice message, I remember I was in the LA airport trying to fly home to Dallas and I got a voice message from you. And that really stuck with me, and I always thought about you in airports for some reason. So
Yeah.
anyways, go ahead.
Well, so fast forward, then 3 years later, I went on a trip with my friend and we were going to Santorini. And this was such a last minute trip. Like, I was like, let's just go. I finally want to go out. Like, I want to just really live my life. And I had booked so last minute that we had a stop in Athens because normally it was directly to Santorini. We weren't meant to stop in Athens.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing I want to clarify, because a lot of people think that you stalked me.
Which is crazy, by the way. I just got engaged and Liz posted that video. There were some comments that were like, I think this guy is like an upper
Followed
stalker.
her.
He like knew where she was
No
gonna
way.
be.
My friend does not have social media. Like, she doesn't have Instagram, and I never ever post my location for safety reasons. Never ever. I will only post even the background where you can recognize something when I've already left. There's crazy people out there, you know. So no way he could have known I'm in Athens, and especially there. So the crazy part is, me and my friend, we completely walked through.
You are talking to someone on the internet that you don't know and never met. And you all went to Santorini, and he just so happened to be girl. If you don't get out of my face, if you don't get out of my face.
This airport, we got like 2 cookies and we sat somewhere where we weren't supposed to sit at all. It was not our gate. It was just this random place.
This whole story is just so crazy.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then we sat there. I had like a mask on and a cap, okay? No one recognized me. No one could recognize me. We were gonna get up. We were sitting there 5 minutes, get up and go to our gate because we had our flight. Then all of a sudden, like,
this big upper nerd walks up.
Like, Len walked by and I guess you saw me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw you from like, I guess, hold on, before you give like the key moment. So like
Yeah.
from my POV, like, yeah, I was dealing with, before I met Liz, I was in a relationship that was just so difficult for me. I had this attachment that I had such a hard time, like really growing through and away from. And I was just kind of following this path that led me into Ibiza last summer. And I ended up meeting some people that I was going to go to Mykonos with. So it was like an Ibiza trip for 2 weeks and then a Mykonos trip. And the people that I was staying with ended up trying to scam me a couple times. They successfully scammed like $20-something thousand. And whenever I landed in Athens, which is where I was connecting to go to Mykonos, that whole trip got canceled, like that part of it did. And so I was just sitting there and thinking, oh man, what the heck?
I bet you he has never shown her the Mykonos tickets that were booked. Because were you on a layover flight in Athens, and then you were supposed to, I need you to show. I wonder if she ever saw that. I wonder, that ain't right. So y'all just randomly met in like an airport where he was getting layover. No, I think she believes in the law of attraction and vortex and like people have intuition, but I think she believes in the kind of esoteric pulling in things to you. And I think she just thought, oh my God, this is so perfect. How am I talking to you online? And we just ran into each other, we were talking online and we've never met. And on my trip, you just had a layover at the place that I was staying. It was meant to be. I don't know how she know. I don't know how he knew. I don't know how he knew, but he knew. I don't know. There is no power in the world on earth that's going to tell me that he didn't plan that meetup. I would be so creeped out. I would even try to figure out how they figured out where I was. I would be creeped out by it. No, it can cost that much. Depending on if you, I think he's extremely wealthy too.
Heck, why is this happening? Like, God, I try to be a nice person. I believe you get what you give. So like, why is this happening to me? And I was like, you know what? Time to end my trip, go back to America. I went to go get my bags off the plane. So
oh, he's like, someone said mirroring. And I think this might be true. Because what he's saying is that he got scammed, his trip got canceled, and so he did not know why he was there until he saw her. So he's aligning his story with her ideas around law of attraction, pulling things into your vortex, and like making things happen. He's aligning that story with hers. He's aligning her, like he's creating, like, oh my God, I'm out of luck. I don't know what is happening. How did this happen? And it's like, oh my God, she's there. This is why all of the bad stuff that happened that led me to have a layover in Athens where you were is to meet you. Twin, where have you? Yes, twin flames energy. Twin flames energy. This is actually this is scary. To me, this is scary. This is my assumption. This is my assessment. I don't know. None of this happened.
So they didn't go to Mykonos without me, and I realized I had left my backpack in a gate in airport security. And so I was like, wait, I really need that. I never lose this bag. So I went to go get my backpack. In that moment, I do remember feeling like I was being led in some way. Like there was just some path that I was supposed to walk down and follow. I didn't know why. I knew my bag was going to be right where I thought it was. I turned the corner, I get my bag. I remember I took a picture of it. It was like 4:30 p.m. I was like, oh, well, it's there. Okay, time to go home. I get my bag.
Why would you take a picture of your bag that you lost and then you why would you find the fine? Banks, thank you for being a member for 20 months. I appreciate you.
I start walking to leave the airport, and as I'm walking, I try to be observant, but I'm like looking around, and then I walked a step and I felt like I entered just like a new dimension. Not to sound crazy, but I took a step forward and I felt like I walked through a veil almost. And then immediately I sensed that I need to look up right over here, and I look up and I see Liz sitting. She has a hat on. She had like a mask basically covering her face. She was eating food, so like I can't even really see her. She's sitting by her friend, and I thought, oh my God, that's Liz. And I recognized you. I had no idea. Like I had never seen you before.
And I remember he was like, Liz?
Yo, law of attraction girl is let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Because y'all be really out here thinking these men were sent to you by the universe. This man said, oh, I felt like I stepped into a vortex and the spirit moved my head forward and my feet moved one after the other and it came to you. What he did, in my mind, he made her think she is really powerful. He made... Hey, Prince Buddy, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well. This is a story he made up to hide his stalking. It sounds very cute, very much curated. Very much. Like, I'm sorry, you have to also be slightly delusional to believe this. Like, nothing wrong with her. She's great, whatever. But, like, if I heard any of this, I'm going to test it. I'm going to test it every which way. You're going to have to be proving this to me every single day of your life. Phishing link. You can send someone a link. If they click on it, you get a door into their device and you can track key strokes, location, etc. Oh, period. Not you being a detective. It's where I'm huge on device security. Not me clicking every single link. Because I be clicking links, my computer just crashed, and I'm like, oh, well, new computer. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Send me a link and I'm in there. Let me stop. I will not be clicking links from now on.
And I look up, and guys, before I even recognized him, because he didn't look like how I remember 3 years ago, and I vaguely watched like one picture, so I didn't even know what he really.
Did you watch
like.
any of my videos back in the day?
No, never.
Okay,
no.
okay.
And so I saw him, and before I even recognized him, I go like, Landon, and I was like, huh? How did I even say that?
Yeah.
And it's so weird. So he went to sit next to me, and he was like explaining everything that had happened. But I remember like when we were talking, I felt such an energy come over me. Like I literally explained to my friends, I felt like everything in the airport just stopped and we were the only ones there. And I remember
Yes, some random person that you were talking to just randomly popped up on you. You probably think all the law of attraction stuff that you've been preaching online for all your life when you're talking about finding a man had come through, and this was the one for you, regardless of what he showed up as. This is the man that you're like, it would be a weird kind of serendipity for him to have met up with you. So yes, you would be like, oh my God, he could be the one. He could be the one.
thinking,
I had the same. I was overwhelmed by that
me
feeling.
too.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking, like, also, why does he look like me? That's the first thought I had. I think I told you that. I'm like, you kind of look like me. So I was like, what is this? And I'm a very feeling-based person, so I feel a lot of things.
They do look alike. She's obviously way more attractive than him, but they look like they could be brothers and sisters. Where she got the good.
And I've never felt like something come over me like this. And yeah, like, do you want to come to Santorini with us?
It was like the very end of the conversation too, because I was just telling her what I was going through, and
I don't remember this. I can't believe I forgot this. Did he go to Santorini with them? Did he just up and go to Santorini with them? Why would you invite him to Santorini? Wait, was he broken up at this point? Because he said that he was struggling through a relationship and he was traveling. But I don't know that he said he broke it off with his girlfriend at the time before he went on the trip.
I was like, hey, sorry to throw this on you, but I'm going back to America.
Bad. I felt so bad because people scammed you, and I was so sad.
I did say though, like, I'm not saying this so you feel bad for me. Like, I was just telling you what I was going through, and like as soon as I'm about to get up to leave, Liz was like, well, do you want to come to Santorini with us? And I was like, really? Are you sure?
Yeah, and then he was like, let me think about it. Like he said, I don't know if he said yes.
No, I didn't. I said, ooh, give me a second. Like, maybe,
like,
yeah, could be fun.
I'll text you. And he walked away. I told my friend, oh my God, I hope he comes. Also the way you just looked, I like that.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
And then, yeah, I remember we're texting, and then eventually.
I bet she has a video on her channel that says, never date a man who just seems desperate and just says yes to you right away. I bet she has a video on her channel that told him that he needed to walk away before he said yes. I don't know. I didn't see the video. I don't watch her content like that. But I'm pretty sure she has a video there. Based on what she says, this is a common theme that like these kind of teachers have, and I'm pretty sure she said it, and he just did it.
Yeah, he came to Santorini. He arrived like 2 hours later than me and my friends. And yeah, we actually had a blast. I have to say, guys, he was so weird and awkward in Santorini. We'd all go out.
Come on.
And he would be like playing chess on his phone.
Okay, no, because I don't like going out, right? Like I'm a very introverted person.
I'm also introverted, but I was like, this trip is for going out.
Yeah, Liz was in I'm trying to have fun mode.
Yeah.
I was just in, I don't know, like from my POV, whenever you invited me, I honestly, I called my best friend and I was like, dude, this crazy thing just happened. I told him the situation and he's like, well, you're gonna go, right? And I was like, I guess, I'm gonna go. And the whole, like the first day, I remember thinking, there was a moment where I was wanting to have more friends that were like-minded, more people in my life that are interested in manifestation and aware of energies and all of this. And so in my head, like Liz was that person and I wanted to just be friends with you, to be honest. I told you that right away. I was like, hey, I'm trying to be, like, I want to be friends.
Yeah.
And then
I was definitely not going to be friends with him.
I couldn't believe that. But no, within like 24 hours, I realized, because Liz, you know, you and I, we had a good first night, like.
Yeah, I think he played her. I think he saw a target and he literally morphed. I don't know this as a fact. But it feels like he morphed into whatever it is that she said she wanted. Because this is insane. Him looking at her saying, oh, I just want to be friends. You going to Santorini with her is wild, right? Then saying, oh, I just want to be friends is even. All right, girl, sure. Sure. Meanwhile, you're talking about your vortex pulling you to her and how you jumped every time she would message you before you guys met. Sure, sure. None of this adding up, by the way. The only thing that I feel like I'm sure of is that he was stalking her, and then became whatever he needed to be for her to pick him.
Getting to know each other, and then the next day we went and explored the island, and we like got some of your merch stuff set up, and we
Yeah.
had this moment where we went and we got French fries at like a kebab place, and we're just talking.
We're just talking.
And
And I think the one thing that I loved about you the most was I felt like for the first time I had someone that was actually adding value to me as well in the things that I knew. Because oftentimes, like in a relationship, I've always felt like I'm teaching my partner something,
Same
but
here.
there's like nothing really get like back. Like I think very deeply about the world, and you think the same way.
But then after that, I had this overwhelming sensation. It was like, you would say it's like a voice in your
Yeah.
head, but I had this overwhelming sense that I was going to marry you, and that you
Yeah.
were like the answer to my prayers in so many ways. And
Yeah.
literally, like, I feel like I manifested you. And I was sitting thinking, oh my God, I feel like I manifested you.
Yeah.
And then from that moment,
that was one of the
then
questions
it's
as well,
like,
by the way. Do you guys think you manifested each other? I really think I did that. Like
There it is. That's what I was waiting for. There, right there. She was like, "Oh my God, I manifested him." No, you don't have that power. Sorry to tell you. Sorry to tell you, girl. And he is leaning into this. He don't believe none of that. He knew exactly what he did. They both love her. Period. I do think slightly this is vanity on her end. Because without this vanity, you would have red flags would have been popping up. Like, ain't nobody gonna randomly meet you and then randomly just come. Period.
even because I don't have that book with me, it's probably in the US right now. Like when I get there, I'll show you what I wrote down. So similar. I actually got scared of my own abilities
That's
to
crazy.
manifest.
Yeah, well, I said this in a live stream my buddy Cody was doing that before, a little bit before we had met in person, I was dealing with this relationship, and I said out loud, at the end of the day, whatever I'm dealing with is okay, because there's still girls like the Wizard Liz out there.
Yeah.
And in my head, over the time from the time I met you and then watched you become successful, I felt I related with you and the things that you were saying. Like in my head, you were always such an ideal partner, ideal woman, ideal wife. And so, yeah, I don't think I consciously sat in a dark room and meditated and was like, I'm going to manifest the Wizard Liz. You said I was weird during the Santorini trip. I just want to clarify. Imagine God hits you in the face with the answer to your prayers, and it's so just abundantly clear that this is it. Like, this is the thing.
I think, should I say this? There's someone in my family that I love deeply that I don't think she cares what the man look like. Once the man is worshiping her, she fine, girl. I think there's someone that I love so deeply in my family, and I think that the way she chooses man, someone said this, she love her, and the man need to love her, and I love that for her. I do. I love that for her. And I'm like, are you happy? When you, yes, he loves me, I love me, we love me. And so there's not much thought into like, okay, are we compatible? Remember that lady who manifested a large inheritance, and then we learned her. Sorry, I have to step away for 2 seconds. Yo, the The manifestation girl is already causing all kind of problems. Yeah, yeah. I think the manifestation girl is all causing all kinds of problems when they're not unaliving their family. Oh, this ain't right. This ain't right. Patty, why did you ask this lady if she manifested before or after the was it the grandfather died? Why did you ask her if she manifested before or after the grandfather? Because if she manifested before the grandfather died, she might have killed him. Here's the thing. I'm gonna give y'all a free game. Oh, someone just said it. I was actually gonna say that. I literally was gonna say this. Not in this way, but this is what I'm gonna say. So here's the thing. Free tip. Free tip. For more tips, you have to book a $500 session with me, and the calendar is in the comments to book a 500 manifestation. I'm lying, I'm joking. All right, but free tip. You cannot manifest when your chakras aren't aligned. And so before you manifest, you have to like align your chakras, right? You have to, your throat chakra and your crown chakra specifically have to be aligned, and your heart chakra also. So free game.
I don't know, for me, I'm a bit of an overthinker. So I was sitting there just like thinking, oh my God, I have this feeling, like, how can I do this right? So a clear learning, a takeaway, a lesson I've got from this relationship is that God blesses those who seek and honor his blessing. So if you're at home and you're going through a hard time and then, you start praying for something, God is not going to give you what you want. He's going to give you what you need. And in that, if you recognize, oh man, hey, there is something going on here. God is helping me out.
Yeah.
If you honor those opportunities and those moments to grow, I think that's the secret to making your life get better so quick.
Yeah, I also want to add to that. If you, for example, want to manifest something and then that thing is right in front of you, you have to take that opportunity. Because, for example, imagine I saw Landon and I thought like, oh my God, like I feel all these things right now, but I didn't invite him to Santorini. I didn't listen to that voice in my head. This would have never happened. But still was what I wanted. But I could have still had the free will to choose to not do that. So you always have to be clear, like when it arrives, you have to.
Them telling us how to manifest when we know he cheating on her is nasty. Team, Mrs. Miss Clear, come get. Why would you drop? Why would you drop? Why would you drop? Why would you drop the B word? Yo, tell me why. Tell me why this would be a good shirt. Come get your BB clot reading. I'd be like Don't do it, team. It's charge 10K for his little chakra witchcraft. Period.
Know and feel like, is this the right thing?
It's like a mix of.
By the way, I didn't read it. I moved the comma. And then removed the S. So I read it. Don't do it, Themis. Charge 10K for his charge. You're like telling me to charge it.
Putting yourself on the right path and having that intention, because your intention really does create your reality.
Yeah.
Combined with getting out of your own way.
Yeah.
And that's that's something you just have to experience to really learn how to do. And I think we're still learning how to do it every day.
What is the hardest part of marriage life? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I think the hardest part of.
He should have said staying faithful. Sorry, I've been drinking. It's fine. What's the hardest part of marriage? Apparently staying faithful. Apparently staying faithful is the hardest thing.
Marriage. Two things that come to mind. As I said at the beginning, you have to learn how to grow with somebody. And no couple is 100% compatible. There's a story I heard from Steve Jobs early in the day. Early in his life, he had a mentor that took him to some garage and put these really sharp and rugged rocks into this rock machine. It's a rock polisher. And the guy takes these rocks, he throws them in, he puts the lid on, he turns the machine on, and then for 72 hours, there's this loud, rugged banging.
Using Snapchat. The hardest thing in his marriage is using Snapchat.
And the rocks are slamming against each other, and it's a 72-hour process. Where at the end of that process, you open the lid up, the machine turns off, and you see that these rocks are perfectly smooth, and they're smooth with each other. They're compatible. And so I think there's this notion of compatibility in relationships. Oh man, you got to find the.
Wait, what? So the rocks were in the machine getting beaten up, and then they came out and they were both smooth. Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Person you're 100% compatible with. It's true that you're going to be more compatible with certain people naturally, but you have 90% in the right place, and then there's that 10 that you feel needs to be worked on. Like that is the work that needs to be done in a good relationship, and that's the work that we've signed up for and that we're doing. And it's not always easy to do that work. Like this is part of it. Like yeah, we're going to have arguments here and there. Yeah, you're going to think I'm an idiot at times. Remembering that that's part of it. It's hard. But.
Yeah. I think for me, the hardest part about marriage is honestly living with someone, like especially a man.
Are you saying I'm hard to live with?
No, I told you this. The reason why I never wanted to get married was because I don't want like someone constantly around me. I love my alone space. I like really can connect with myself a lot when I am alone. So sometimes like even when we're living together, I really missed living alone because I was like, oh, I had my own space, could like get ready and then go on a date with you. It wasn't like getting ready in front of you. Like it was just so much space for myself. That's the hardest part for me.
I actually agree with her. I feel her mine and her vortex, our vortex just met. I like being alone. I like watching TV, cuddling, go home. I like going on dates, come home. I don't like that time.
Wanting more alone space.
Then like the second I'm gone, you're like, oh my God, I miss you so
much.
Where are you?
Of course. I think also we both work from home. Normal couple goes to work, you know, and like 9 to 5, and then they see each other in the evening or something. But we see each other a lot. Like
well, we're also homebodies too.
Yeah,
so like
we
Liz
don't
and
go really anywhere.
There was a question that like when you guys were submitting questions that came in and we saw it a bit early and we were joking because they were like, what's the perfect date? And like literally that same day we were thinking about going to get food, and what we ended up doing is just ordering food, and it's like that's a great date for us. You know, we just sit with each other, eat good
at
food.
First, all time I'm like, look, I really also my biggest thing was when I got out of my previous relationship, I was like, oh, so it's done now for me because I'm not going on dates with anyone. So I really think that God like sent you right in front of me. That was the perfect thing because if it wasn't you, it would have been no one. I like going on dates with strangers.
Yeah. We were both talking about that when we first were dating, how we were like, yeah, we're never going on first dates again. This is it.
Yeah, I don't like, I just don't like, imagine like constantly.
Yeah, she seemed like a very avoidant person who is it seems secure. She seemed avoidant but secure. So the fact that she's all over him, somehow she in love with him, girl. You're not about to convince me this woman not in love.
Sitting with someone, listening and stuff, and then constantly dating. Like I have friends that do that. They're constantly dating, and there's just when they talk to me, I'm just like, that sounds like a nightmare to me. I told him, I was like, look, I'm very introverted. I don't really leave my house. And he's like, oh yeah, whatever. And then we got together. He's like, whoa, Liz.
You really like to stay upper hermit.
But you're worse though.
No, come on. No, I try my best to get us to go outside and like say, okay.
Excuse me.
No, for real.
Excuse me.
On the record, I'm the one who says let's go on dates.
Actually, no. I actually think you're right, Coco. I think the reason she probably loves him so much is because he is a reflection of her and what she believes she can do. I actually do believe that. I don't know for a fact, obviously, but the way that she says I manifested him, in her mind, she is godlike in that way that she can create her own reality. And because he is a creation of her in her mind, like, yeah, she loved him. Yeah, that's a good explanation. I don't know if it's true, but I do think so. I think it's probably I don't know if it's easy, but it might have been easy for her to let him go, harder for her to break the belief that she had that she created him. I think it probably is harder for her to like deal with her own humanity in him cheating than to let him go.
Dates, and she's like, oh, yeah, maybe.
No.
And then I drag us, and then it's a good time.
Never seen, because normally Aries are like adventurous. They go outside, they do all of that. But you, they miss that part. He's just like so like me. It's really crazy.
I really like doing things with purpose.
He's so like me, it's crazy. He watched your videos. He was a fan of yours. He stalked you allegedly. Of course he
Store, for example, and it's so full. We both don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really get so much sensory overload from too many people.
You can get a little claustrophobic.
Yeah.
But also it's a bit different if there's like people in there who know you, then you have to be a bit more aware of what's going on. Like Liz and I have a good time going places when we're like incognito mode, low key, but there's no way you're gonna say that I'm more of an upper hermit than you are.
Oh, you are. Oh, okay. But he still like goes out with his friends sometimes. So that's where you win.
Yeah.
Because I only talk to my friends online. I'm an online existence. Have you ever argued about something very hard? How did it finish? Me and Landon, oh my God. Look, guys, we spent 3 months in Switzerland together. Like a month ago, yeah. We were literally surrounded by nature.
No. We gonna sit through and watch it because I need y'all to really look at the fact that a man can literally sit in your face, lie to you while trying to cheat on you with someone, and they will sit there and profess all kinds of love and adoration to you. This man looking like he looked can literally sit there, have you all over him in front of your 8 million subscribers while cheating on you with one of the subscribers. This man have you sitting there beside him, talking to your subscribers while cheating with one of the people that you are friends with, that you care about, that you're giving content to. Like that is insane. And he just sitting there, just like, yeah, love, ooh. We were soulmates. I pulled you into my vortex. You pulled me into your vortex. We now have a vortex together, and a child is being birthed.
There was nothing there. And I couldn't take the car. And
so, yes, you cannot vet these men. And no, I don't blame her for anything. I think that he studied her and gave her exactly the version of him that she wanted. And because he studied her, I mean, I don't think she couldn't see it coming. Should have, but couldn't. Like that. I mean, when you want what you want and you have created this world and you live in it, it's hard to see. She so fundamentally believes in what her own power. She calls herself the wizard, Liz, because she's powerful.
And go anywhere. So Landon had to always drive me if I wanted to go somewhere. But even if I want to go somewhere, there's nothing there. No food deliveries.
Yeah.
Only like fast food.
We were in a place in Switzerland that's it's extremely beautiful.
Yeah.
We were in a nice Airbnb for a while, but at the end of the day, the convenience factor of that place was
bad.
It's hard when you're a entrepreneur, you're working every day, especially working on Sundays, to not be able to order food conveniently.
Sundays,
It's just something you
everything
gotta
is
get used
closed.
to.
Everything
Yeah.
is closed. Nothing's open. So I was literally going crazy.
And you love to go, do nice shopping and get dressed up and
Yeah,
do these
and
things.
no, like I told him, this is like an aquarium. We're stuck in an aquarium, and we were constantly together because I couldn't go.
No. I do think it's actually insane. He probably dislike her on some level, or is so deeply insecure that like he wants to bring her down, because it is insane to me that her being this exposed wouldn't suggest to you maybe not reach out to people on Snapchat and like not use your account, and like even if you're going to cheat, make sure it's not someone from her following. Like it just feels like a slap in the face, like almost like he wanted to bring her down, almost like he wanted to embarrass her. Like even with that, like subconsciously maybe, because I don't think he wanted to be caught. It just, or maybe just no self-control. Who knows? Like, what do you do with this if you want a man? Between this and what do you bring to the table, warriors? What is the answer? Like, I don't know. Like, this feels insane to me. Like, I promise you, I will never cheat. It will never happen. Cheating is not a thing I do. But if I were to cheat, I would not sit there and embarrass you like why would you do a Q&A while you're cheating, girl? He probably texting her right now. I mean, right then. Because it was around the same time he was doing it.
Go anywhere, and we were like stuck. So naturally, we were constantly also arguing about like the stupidest things. Though, did we argue about like crazy things? Let's think.
I think we've definitely, this is part of the work I was talking about earlier. Like, yeah, we definitely butt heads at times on things that we should be talking through and figuring out together, and that's it. Like
his mood swings. He has mood swings.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy mood swings.
Okay, you want to be this real? And we're gonna start airing each other out. Really? Okay, so Liz, she loves mischief and chaos a little bit. Like if she's a little too, so if Liz is a little too, it isn't super exciting or whatever, she's gonna like come up to me randomly and then say, even if I'm sleeping, and then say something just to get like energy, basically, like just to get something going, to get that dopamine.
I say something just to poke at him.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's really nice. Like there was that one time you woke me up on the plane and you're like, babe, wake up. And I was like, and you're like, I just made tea. And I was like, really? Yeah, for me, I made tea. I was like, great. But other times it's like, I think one of the most beautiful things about Liz is she is such a butterfly in the sense that she's really tapped into her emotions and she's free flowing. But sometimes in that she'll feel something and then like say it to me.
I genuinely say everything I think.
Yeah.
And that has been true in this relationship as well. I say everything I think.
Mm-hmm.
I was always like, Liz, sometimes it's okay to lie.
Well, no, you just gotta be tactful. I think
Yeah,
that's
I know.
You gotta like think about where this is going.
Yeah, I know.
Like one morning she woke me up and she's like, you need to wake up, it's 2 p.m. And I was like, okay, yeah, sorry, I told you I was gonna sleep in late, it's my Saturday, I gotta recharge. And she's like, oh, and by the way, it stinks in here. And I'm like, what?
Oh, no.
And she's like, yeah, I walked in, I almost threw up because you're so stinky. And I was like, what? And I take offense, okay? Like I don't want to be a stinky person. Am I a stinky person for the record?
You're not a stinky.
All right. This is going to sound very wonky, but hear me out. There is this thing, I think I don't know if it's in Jamaica. I don't know where I learned it. But there's this lady who said she used to go to the back of the yard to throw their ancestors had a tree, blah, blah, blah. And the way they knew when people meant them harm is when they smell stinky. When they smell stinky around them, even though the person showered, even though the person have deodorant and perfume on, that there is like an odd scent. And what's it? It's some witch, Yaya. She told a story. I think that might have been where I got it. And the way and the way someone means you bad if you randomly start smelling them. Like before you didn't smell them, but you just randomly started smelling them. But no, she was pregnant. It had nothing to do with that. She was pregnant, she said.
Okay, like if I have body odor smell,
Lately, I've been smelling everything very hard.
And so she comes in.
Everywhere I go, I smell everything. So everyone has been getting it.
Anyway, she comes in, she's like, yeah, you're stinky. And I'm like, what? I'm just waking up. What? She's like, no, it's not you. Like, you don't smell like BO. You just have like a body smell right now that's stinky. I was like, what? And she's like, oh no, it's not that. It's actually, you just sleep with your mouth open. And so I'm like, what are you trying to?
Why are you saying that?
I'm just letting them know. You just love to get me like going, you know?
No, I just genuinely, that was a real concern.
Dark Bliss agreed. I agree.
I was not to poke at you. It just, I smelled like too much. I smelled too much lately. I shouldn't smell this much.
Smell too much lately. That's okay.
What are some qualities you both admire about each other? You start.
I love, and she doesn't realize that she's doing it, but it's something that I see every time you do it, and I'm just like, I don't know, that's just something I love about you. It's like, yeah.
Me clicking my knees.
I love how we can have deep conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I love how we're thinking about things that are really esoteric, like not super interesting for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
He was cheating. He was cheating. He was cheating. Not with a man.
There's, the list goes on. Like, how long do you want me to go about what I love about you?
Very long, but you can continue after this video.
I love your laugh. I love, you're very beautiful, but that's not even at the top of the list for sure. You're so sweet.
Great. Okay, awkward now. Okay, so things I admire
You're
about...
funny. It's really funny. She is.
We're like convincing ourselves.
No, I was prepared for a question that was like, what is the most annoying thing about Liz? And I was going to say, just how much I love you.
So the thing I love most about you is how smart you are. I love your brain. And that sounds very weird and kind of ballistic. I just think that, you know, people that are in love with people's intelligence, sapiosexual. Yeah, that's me. And you're very kind. You're very like helpful with everyone. Like,
See, she's not physically attracted to him. She's attracted to him because he made herself into her manifestation. And so she thinks she manifested him. Because she's like, oh, I love how smart you are. That's it. To be fair, that's the biggest thing for me.
if anyone needs help, is like there immediately for his friends, family, everyone. I like that a lot. Very generous. You are sometimes funny, but I feel like I'm really funny and then you're just there.
I'm just the comedic relief.
You're like there.
Yeah. We should do more videos like this. I like them.
I think Sabina is very funny.
Sabina's funny.
Sabina is so funny. She's like serious funny.
You're just goofy.
What else? Oh, I love the way you look. Oh my God, guys, for the first time in my life, someone told me that my partner looks good. I'm not used to people telling me that my partner looks good at all because I really don't go for looks in a partner. That's the least thing I ever have cared about. But I remember like when you dropped me off at my hair salon, and this was in the beginning of our relationship, and the woman, she went like, oh my God, she came to me, she's like, your boyfriend is very handsome. And I was sitting there, I was like, really? And then she was like, yeah.
She literally
Really is nasty work. Really is nasty work. Really, really. My feelings would be hurt. My feelings would be hurt.
But I remember like when you dropped me off at my hair salon, and this was in the beginning of our relationship, and the woman, she went like, oh my God, she came to me, she's like, your boyfriend is very handsome. And I was sitting there, I was like, really? And then she was like, yeah.
She literally told me about, we got lunch afterwards. I like picked her up, we went and got lunch, and she's like, you won't believe it. I was like, what? She's like,
something crazy happened.
The craziest thing ever. Like, somebody just told me that you're handsome.
But
I realized that you're handsome now. I was like,
yes, she did not want a handsome man because she didn't want them cheating problems. She did not want them cheating problems. Little did she know. Little did she. She did not want them cheating problems. She was like, can you believe? Can you believe someone say you're handsome? She must be blind.
No, I knew you were handsome, but I always think that my partners are handsome,
Mhm.
but no one else thinks that. So I was like, this is another case of that, But no, this time other people were saying, oh, very handsome. And I was like, whoa.
I don't think guys should be like obsessed with their looks and all of that. I think it's nice to be handsome, but it's more about, for guys, it's more about like being a provider, protecting.
Give you his heart if you would need it for living. No.
If we had a child on the way, then yes, for sure.
You would not give me your heart.
For sure.
I would not want you to die.
Would you give me your heart?
Yeah. Probably, yeah. But I'm ready to die.
Shut up.
At like any moment. I would give it to
No,
a
cut, no.
I'm like ready to go.
No, Liz is actually that type. She's like, if Sabina needed a kidney, she'd be like, how many do you need?
Do you want 2, 3?
Like
I can grow one right now.
I have 2 for you, but I can help you figure out how to get 3. Like,
we can get like one of Landon's as
when he's sleeping, we'll take.
He said, my side chick said I'm fine though. Mind you, he just said, and I think y'all might have missed it. He said, it's not important for men to be attractive. They should be providers. Almost verbatim what I've heard her said. In my 10 videos that I watched between yesterday and today, I watched the video, did not clip it, didn't care, that she said. Because she even said it here that my partners aren't usually attractive. They're attractive to me, but they're not attractive to anyone else. He knows this about her.
Take one of his.
What's the age difference between the two of you?
That's another interesting thing. So our age difference is 1 month. We have a 1 month gap. So we're very similar in a lot of ways, and we're also basically the same age.
I'm a Gemini, he's an Aries. It is a good combo. I can see why it's good. Because I feel like we both don't take things too seriously. Not that emotional.
I think so. Aries like structure and like they like order and these sort of things, and we're high energy people, and Gemini are high energy people too.
We're both very impulsive.
I think it's a good mix because an Aries can kind of ground a Gemini.
Yeah.
By the way, when I first met Liz, something that really impressed me, like I'm not really big into star signs and astrology. I know a lot more about it now, but one thing that just blew my mind, bless you.
Thank you.
One thing that just blew my mind is she's able to meet somebody and then instantly within one sentence be like, oh, by the way, you're probably a Cancer, right? Or you're Pisces.
Oh yeah, I can guess now. Yeah.
That's crazy.
But I love to study these things. Like even if I don't fully believe in like that's really true or whatever, I think astrology is really interesting. I think the matrix chart is really interesting. I think numerology is really interesting. Like anything that I can teach myself about humans and how it can like correlate, I find that so interesting.
There's definitely a lot of correlations. I think people have to be careful because at times, like nobody can predict the future. Like be careful not to oversubscribe to that stuff. Like if you see something on TikTok that says, hey, if you have this in your matrix, you're going to be, like watch out for this person. They're going to hit you in the head with a bat. It's like, probably not.
How to get rid of jealousy and possessiveness in a relationship. I'm not really a jealous person.
I kind of am.
You are.
Yeah, naturally I'm more of a
very possessive.
To be honest.
And very controlling.
But you're my girl.
Yeah, okay.
My baby.
Yeah, he's very, very controlling. Anyone that has dated an Aries man, comment below because you guys know how controlling.
Very, very. What does that look like to you, huh? Putting you on the spot. How am I very controlling?
It's just like, you know how, imagine I'm doing something and you don't agree. Then you'll go every possible way to make me not do that thing. Like anything you can pull.
No, whoa. Don't say that. No, they're going to think I'm like holding you hostage.
No.
Blink twice.
No.
Like, no.
Red in the next
No.
video.
Okay. I guess there have been times where you want to make last minute plans and I'm like, whoa, this isn't what we talked about. Don't do this. But that's more of like, I think that's more of like a controlling for us sort of thing.
I often will say things to him just to say them like, oh, I'm going to do this. And I was never going to do that. But just to like,
this is what I was talking about at the beginning. This is it.
No, sometimes I just make you angry because I think that's hot, like a little angry.
Oh my God.
A lot of women do that.
Oh my goodness.
But then he gets actually angry. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Now I also have to be actually angry. Because why are you so angry?
Now I have to get actually angry.
Yeah, I was like, now I have to match your anger. I thought this was a joke. This is a big issue with me though. I think everything is unserious.
Yeah.
Everything is
that's like the yin to the yang of you being a butterfly. There have been times, there have been times where we have had fights and I'm just, because I care about her so much and I want the relationship to work and I want to build a family. It's a vision of you and I being 80 years old at the head of a dinner table, we're looking at our kids and our kids' kids and we're just happy.
No. I got angry about this, by the way, guys. You know what he told me? When we were in Switzerland,
what did I say?
We were driving and then I was like, he's talking about this 80 years old bullshit thing. And I'm like sitting there and I was like, I'm a grandma. I'm gonna buy a castle and it's gonna be filled with my cats and my kids. And
She
we're
has a
gonna be
vision
chilling.
of having 100 cats.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, babe, you're gonna be like living in that castle, this and that. And I'm like, and where are you? And then he's like, I'm gonna be on the moon.
I said, I'm gonna go to space.
Why would my husband be in space?
She said,
flirting with some aliens
no. We're
out
like,
there.
we're joking. We're joking. Okay.
He wasn't joking. He was talking about cheating. He was letting you know that he wasn't going to be around. He going to be cheating. That's that on that.
Okay, and
No,
we're talking about
that's
this castle and all this, and I'm like,
that
yeah,
was
baby,
very serious.
I'm gonna get you that castle. And she's like dead quiet for 5 seconds, and then she's like, and where are you gonna be? And I was like, I was joking. I was like, I'm gonna be in space.
Getting lap dances from some aliens
Whoa,
up there. I know what you're trying to do.
exploring the
You're
solar
staying
system.
on Earth. If
And-
I'm not in space, you're not in space.
And then I didn't even connect.
That was her intuition. That right there. That right there was her intuition. That moment right there was her intuition. That was her manifestation, her chakras, her vortex telling her what was happening. That was her spirit guides.
Connect the dots. What she's talking about. I get it now. She was so upset with me.
Not aliens, but other women.
I was like, baby, don't worry. I love you. If I'm gonna go to space, you're coming with me.
But you say, you know, this is the issue. You're also very honest. I asked him a question. No, I asked him a question where like a woman just wants to hear like, oh, babe, something nice, but he'll say like very seriously.
It's just how my brain works.
Yeah,
like
I
very
honestly, and I'm
yeah.
like, that's not what you should say right now. Like that's not.
Yeah, it's not like Asperger's clinically, but I'm super logical. So if I'm thinking about something, and you ask me a question, I'm gonna give you the real.
I am super logical, cheating on this woman who is so breaking up your family before your child is born. Breaking up your family before your child is born is nasty work to then say you're logical.
Answer.
Yeah.
It's helpful sometimes. You can ask me anything.
Yeah, at least I know how you really feel.
But
I'm also very honest with how I feel. So I think you'd match me in that. A little bit of possessiveness and jealousy is healthy because it's at the end of the day your partner, you know? I think when it's too much, you should really like learn that you don't own a person.
Like, I'm not going to come.
Oh, I have it queued up. I have it queued up.
there's a difference between possessiveness and jealousy and like a healthy form and just insecurity. And your partner, if you have a relationship with somebody who's ever done something that makes you insecure, like that's something to pay attention to. And it's not a good partnership if the person is going to choose someone else over you. Like that defeats the whole point. But forgiveness is a big thing. So if you have ever had a trust issue come up.
He's giving talented Mr. Ripley. No. Y'all come close. Hear this argument they're about to have. Because he all but confessed right here. Hey, wait, I thought it was longer. I thought you were here for longer. Thank you.
You got to learn how to forgive and work through that. Otherwise, that'll just turn into crippling insecurity that you suffer with.
Depends what the trust issue was. If the person is like texting other people.
Yeah, well, there's different like degrees of severity for
sure. If the this is like the whole he's texting other women, mind you. And he got caught later. But it feels like there was a download happening here.
And your partner, if you have a relationship with somebody who's ever done something that makes you insecure, like that's something to pay attention to. And it's not a good partnership if the person is going to choose someone else over you. Like that defeats the whole point. But forgiveness is a big thing. So if you have ever had a trust issue come up, you got to learn how to forgive and work through that. Otherwise, that'll just turn into.
If you have a trust issue, you have to learn how to forgive. You have to learn how to forgive if you have a trust issue. Listen to what she's going to say.
Crippling insecurity that you suffer with.
Depends what the trust issue was. If the person is like texting other people.
Yeah, well, there's.
It depends what the trust issue was. It depends what the trust issue was. If the person is like texting other people, she's saying this is a no, right? And he is going to respond by talking about their O level students. Mind you, out of nowhere, she said text. And that's what he was doing. I think he did more. But he said he was only texting on Snapchat.
Different like degrees of severity for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, I think a lot of issues can be boiled down to, is this something I need to work on to
There's different levels. He trying to set her up. he he's attempting to manifest forgiveness in advance. He's manifesting forgiveness in advance.
fix that will help my relationship, or is this something we need to work on?
Yeah.
And I think, trauma, like from a past relationship, is actually something you're supposed to fix yourself before you enter a new relationship. And if you haven't done all of that work, it's not like you just got to stop working on it whenever you get in the new
I think
relationship.
sometimes you also learn during the relationship, you know?
Yeah, you learn
You
together.
grow with the person
Yeah.
and you learn to fix these things.
Mhm.
Like, for example, a lot of people that have been cheated on, they will learn to trust again when they're in a new relationship
In a
that is
healthy
healthy.
relationship. That applies to all.
Like it just feels like they were like, obviously in retrospect we can tell, but like before we couldn't. But like it feels like what we watching it after knowing he cheated, like she was like almost there. Like something in her was just like, you can't be texting anyone, cheating, and then you move on and then you will learn from another. Like it felt like she was there.
Insecurities too. Like
Mhm.
one thing that I guess just say it in here without being asked. One thing you've definitely helped me with. I'm super quirky, and it's a blessing and a curse. Like I love how unique I am, but sometimes I try to temper it. But Liz has shown me through the time that we've been together, like you love me, and you probably think I'm weirder than I actually am, at least in my head.
No.
Yeah, well, that's what I like to believe.
I think he's so amazing. Like
Aw.
I literally admire you so much, really, and I think you're so amazing.
Thank you.
He always has like this vision of like, I think a lot of men have that, of how to be a man, and especially online they teach you how to be a man, but that's not how you actually be a man. I
So
think
much of that is
the
wrong.
most
Oh my god.
attractive thing in a man is a man that is just confident in himself, and that's in any person, to be honest. Women.
Okay, so he's not attractive because he's definitely not confident. He literally just told you that he's insecure.
And men
Mhm.
that is just confident in himself, that shows up as whatever he wants to show up
A
as,
man
you
is
know?
constructive and creative in essence, and so you don't have to be this like full of testosterone meathead to be a great man. You have to be able to meet certain things, but
I always say this to my friends as well. They're like, how should I act to attract a guy like that or whatever? And I'm like, don't act, like show up as your authentic self, because then you will meet someone that is also their authentic self. You don't want to meet someone that is pretending to be someone else, you know? That's not a good vibration. So
It's not a good vibration to meet someone that is pretending to be someone. Girl, the download was there. Maybe she does have some connection to the divine. Maybe she does. Because it felt like she was dragging him, but she just didn't know she was dragging him.
it's not sustainable either.
yeah, it's not
You know?
sustainable.
I think that's good advice for everybody watching this. Like there have been comments, and I appreciate these so much, to be honest, where people have seen, the stuff we posted in our relationship, and people are praying for it, and we definitely appreciate that. But then there are people who are like, I want to know what she prayed so I can say the same thing. Or like, how do I get a relationship like this? Like at the end of the day, it's a mix of focusing on yourself and doing the things that will put you in a better position in life.
Yeah.
But then also having in mind that ideal partner so you know what to look for.
Yeah.
And honestly, try to do the things, try to become the person that you would want to be with.
Yeah.
And I think in almost every situation where somebody's actually done that, like it works. You'll find something.
This man is a cheater. This man is a cheater telling y'all how to get a man like him. This man is a cheater. He is telling y'all how to get a man like him. He showed up as her authentic self.
Somebody that recognizes that, appreciates your value, and
Especially as a woman, like don't wait for a man to buy you things. Buy yourself nice things, like work on yourself. Also, please keep saying this, but I think people don't hear me. You're a woman, don't just date someone like a man or marry someone that has money and then fully rely on his money and have no financials of your own. If you have, for example, a wealthy partner or whatever, make sure you either start a business, invest in something, you have money in your account, because at the end of the day, a lot can go wrong in a relationship. That is just the reality of things. People fall out of love, people fall in love with other people, like all these things can happen. So make sure that you always have yourself, no matter what. Like I always say, your partner should add to your life, but it shouldn't be your whole life. Someone said, what would you do if your husband left you or whatever? I'm like, I mean, I would just continue with my life, you know. I still have my own life, I have my own finances. I don't need to be here, I want to be here. And that's the most important thing, especially for a woman.
Yeah, this feels like she was prophesying over her life, girl. She was giving the word. This, I don't know, like watching after knowing he cheated, it's like, dang.
If you're going to give that man children and all these things, make sure that you and your children are safe in a financial aspect, because a lot of people don't think about this. Okay, they say like, oh no, that's crazy to think about, only love. Love will not buy you a mattress. Okay, that costs money. So a lot of things cost money.
Don't stop your own inner development
Yeah.
and your own spiritual development just because you get in a relationship that you're presently
Yeah.
happy with. But I would say it's not a great message. It's honestly a toxic message. This thing I've seen people saying of like, oh, you can never trust a man, like never trust your husband, like he may just cheat on you. You never know. It's like at the end of the day, the man and the woman have to be trusting each other and taking
Yeah.
that is what builds a good relationship.
Yeah.
It is
He's just fighting with no one. He just said, you can't just be sitting there thinking the man is going to cheat on you. You guys have to trust each other. Who asked you? Mind you, he was cheating. So again, these men will really sit there and tell you, oh, we are good men. Stop lumping us all together. Meanwhile, you are doing the thing that you are telling her not to look. That is insane. That is actually kind of insane. Oh, you can't be mad. You can't be thinking that he's going to cheat on you. Meanwhile, he's cheating on her. Yo, these men are diabolic. Like,
a foundation of trust. And so if both sides are like too edgy and thinking like, oh, I can't trust each other, like one another,
No.
then that won't work. Best for yourself,
Yeah.
but not selfishly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you still keep your own lives and you still have something, a purpose that you're working towards, it's just a nicer relationship. Because
you notice what is happening. He does not want to disrupt her, but he's disagreeing with her and she's doubling down. So after she's like, you have your own, make sure you don't only depend on a man, be able to walk away. He's like, but you have to trust each other. You can't think people are going to cheat. Y'all have to come together. And then she was like, yeah, but it's nice to have your own and make sure you have your own, and you having your own is important, and be independent, and independent matter. And I agree with her. And rightfully so, because he was cheating the whole time. He was cheating the whole time.
because
Individual and mutual.
Yeah. Also, one thing I wanted to add to the young girls watching this: pursue your education, pursue your career, focus on that. Don't live your life centering around men and I need to find a husband and I need to find all of this right now. You know, even if you're a little older and you feel like your culture is really pushing you to get married, people really glamorize this, but it's hard. Like, you have to live with that person, you know, to like learn to.
And that's why her brand is probably not going to be hurt by this. This right here. The thing with women online who are like, get a man, you need to keep a man, and you need to know how to keep a man. The issue with stuff like that is you can never keep a man. And I do like that through all of whatever delusion people think she had, she's always consistent about women get your degree, women protect yourself, women, even though you're spending his money, be independent. And she has never, one thing y'all can say is that she said, depend on a man and don't ever leave a man. And you got to keep a man. With all her delusion of grandeur and the fact that she believes she can create the world with her mind or whatever, she was still grounded in, I need to have my own money to leave.
live together, then that takes a lot of energy. And then if you're going to raise children, that's going to take a lot of energy.
Oh, and she does not pedestalize marriage, and she does not pedestalize having children. She does not. And that was good.
So are you really prepared for it?
It's definitely a body of work. Yeah.
Yeah. So
One thing that just comes to mind, a good relationship is not indicated by the lack of fights. It's indicated by an ability to quickly return to baseline, which means to resolve conflict and see, return to that loving frame.
what is both of you guys' love language?
You like, I think, a mix of all of them, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
We're kind of just at like another get for that.
Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to show you. All right. So her subscribers screenshotted him messaging them on what's that app? I literally just said the app name and forgot the app name because girl, ain't nobody got time. Snapchat. So he's messaging these people on Snapchat. They are her fans or her subscribers. The lady that he's messaging says, aren't you married? Literally says, aren't you married? I'm not interested. And he's there trying to convince this woman to be with him or sleep with him or whatever and engage with him. The issue is, it's not that a bunch of women were trying to get at him or reach out to him. He was reaching out to them and he was being declined by her follower who said, like, please don't do, like, I'm not interested. And then the follower, because girl, reached out to the wizard Liz and told her what was happening. And I think that was useful. And I also like that she blasted him immediately. She didn't say it was a lie. She didn't say none. She blasted him. She did not try to cover it up. She kicked him out. She sold her ring for like $100,000 and then donated it to like a woman's shelter. Oh, she was quick. She was quick. I was following the story because the girl is online are dragging. They're dragging him, and people are rightfully praising her for not dragging the woman who came forward to tell her, not prolonging it, not covering up. She just came out and said, "I'm living my word. This is what I said would happen if he cheated, and this is what is happening." And I love that. Now his dust to self, I won't read any of her messages, but he decided to make some stories, some Instagram stories addressing it. So let's watch the Instagram stories before we leave tonight.
Come on here and ask for your forgiveness. I'm just going to come on here and ask for understanding because I made a mistake, but that doesn't mean that I don't love Liz.
Cheating on someone, messaging someone is not a mistake. And there is zero accountability when you open an apology with, I made a mistake. No, you didn't. You intentionally did something. It was not a mistake. You are the mistake. That would be accurate. But what you did was not a mistake. What you did was not a mistake.
I love her with my entire heart, and we have a baby.
You loved her with your entire heart, but did you love her with you were sharing, and that's not okay. Also, now I'm gonna leave that alone because we have a baby on the way. It's not something you would have been. You wouldn't be worried about that with me. If I were Liz, you would not be worried about it. We're not about to be tied forever. It wouldn't happen.
On the way. And over the last 10 months, I have done everything I can to give this person all that I can and to make her happy and do all of this. And regardless of how much I care, I made a mistake. And in the middle of texting somebody I should not be texting in this moment of fucking weakness, like seeking validation, and it's just a bad behavior that I can't believe I did it.
Also, he expects us to believe that this is the one person he's ever texted, and it was one time when he was down and out. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
But in the moment that I was doing it, I messaged that person that I was sorry and that it was wrong. And I prayed to God that night.
Is that before or after she told you no? Is that before? Did you tell her you were sorry before or after she said, no, I'm not, no, aren't you married? Mind you, to be that bold to me implies that you've been doing this. You know, if it's a moment of weakness, go to the gym, strengthen the muscles.
Night for strength and clarity and to never do that again.
Of course he prayed. Of course he prayed because these men love to run to the church and weaponize the church to have women forgive them because praying to a patriarchal God is going to have women lose every single time. Every single time. Using the Christian church, using the Christian preaching, using Christianity generally is to subjugate women. That is my opinion. And if you're a Christian, you need to figure out a way around the subjugation of women. I just completely ignore it. I don't agree with it, so I say it's wrong. Because that is wild. Yeah, she's pregnant.
That is not who I want to be. It is not what I thought I was stronger than this. I thought I was smarter than this. And I let something build up inside of me that I indulged in. And it is weak and it is despicable.
I let something build up inside of me that I indulge in. It don't sound like accountability to me. It sounds like he's saying that some demon caused him to do this. It sounds like him saying the devil told him to do. It sounds to me like he's saying something, some spirit outside of him made him do it.
And in this, I'd like to just take full accountability. I'm not trying to, I don't think this should have been aired out, honestly. And there's so much, oh my God, there's so much to say that I am not going to say. But I'm taking accountability regardless. This is not something that I want to promote or make seem like I identify with. This is not who I want to be, and I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah, that's cute. Who you want to be and who you are completely different things. So it's fine if that's not who you want to be. It is who you are, though. So maybe change who you are to who you want to be and not tell us it's not who you want to be, because telling us it's not who you want to be is useless. That is absolutely useless. Oh, it's not who I want to be. Well, it's who you are. So unless you're about to change it, unless you think someone else can change it, then I don't know why you're telling us who you don't want to be. You are wannabe, like for sure, you're a wannabe. You're weak and nothing a B word. Yeah, that much is clear.
Don't know how I could be such a fucking idiot at times. Like throughout my life, there are times where I just do things that I know I shouldn't. And I learn, but I shouldn't have to learn this way. So I'm sorry. The final thing I'm going to say, I'm going to probably delete these. I love Liz more than I could even put words to, and I've shown her this, and I've tried my best to make her feel safe and happy and protected and
I think he forgot he cheated. I think he might. I think. I think he might have forgot. I've tried to protect her. Sir, you cheat. The good guys. These are the good guys. Yeah, he probably slipped his mind that he was trying to protect her. And it's wild that he's dumb enough to put on this dark cloak hoodie with a backlight like this. Girl, what you want is to be in all white, make sure the light is bright, and have some tears running down your eyes when you make an apology. You can't be sitting with a hood on in the dark, girl. This is definitely giving demonic Dark Vader evil. Like it's not giving protagonist. It's definitely giving evil. It's giving villain. Which you are. So you are representing yourself good. But I'm saying if you wanted to be convincing, you would be in a light room with tears falling down your face. Look at all the other YouTube apologists and just copy those.
Well, yes, I made this mistake. I want to be a great man, and I'm not there yet, but I know that a great man is one that takes accountability. I know that a great man is somebody who makes a mistake and then can be forthcoming honestly. And although I felt bad, like I should have just said, hey, I've done this thing. I feel very bad about it. I'm sorry. Like I know what I did was wrong and this is not going to happen again. And I'm sorry. And that's how you should treat the people you love. And I am sorry. I think all the people telling me
I am sorry, it's nasty work. By the way, he probably should have just shut up and not talk and wait for it to blow over.
I think all the people telling me to kill myself and whatever for this thing that I am acknowledging is wrong. And it's not, it was 5-10 minutes of my life texting somebody that I don't give a fuck about, jeopardizing everything that I have. Like,
all right, cool. So the logical man, the reasonable man, the leader messed up his whole life for someone he does not care about for 10 minutes. Mind you, the whole 5 minutes thing is kind of wild, as if like you can walk into court and say, yeah, I did that crime, but like it only took 10 minutes, it only took 5 minutes, it only took 1 minute, so I'm no longer guilty. Like like I'm trying to figure out what the time got to do with it. I'm trying to figure out what it's not that big a deal. It was only as if we believe you. As if we believe you that that was the first and only time that you did it.
jeopardizing everything that I have. Like, it's just ridiculous. So, yeah, I deserve the hate, and there's not a single person on this fucking planet that is more disappointed or upset. So, I don't expect you guys to understand, but I hope you take into consideration that you can make a mistake and get better. And this isn't just a mistake, right?
No, it's not just a mistake. And I hate when people say no one is perfect, right? Because he's about to engage in this dusty narrative as if you have to be perfect to not cheat. There's a lot of men, hopefully, I don't know if this is a fact, but I'm going to hope, since a lot of y'all are married and paired up, there are a lot of men, hopefully, that aren't perfect, because we know they're not, who do not cheat. You don't have to be perfect to not cheat.
Like, this is breaking trust, but I realized what I did was wrong, and it's never going to happen again. Doesn't mean it's okay, but very final thing. Look, I fucked up huge. I'm not a perfect person. I made a mistake, a huge.
There it is. There it is. I messed up. I made a mistake. I'm not a perfect person. We don't require perfection. We just require men don't cheat. So, so
huge mistake. And although that's the case, like, I genuinely am curious if you guys believe that people can make mistakes and get better. And I genuinely pray that in the event.
I don't think, I think cheating is a character flaw. I do. I think cheating is a character flaw, and I don't know that I think that you can be better. So there, I've said it.
That I am able to clearly demonstrate that this is not who I am, this is not who I want to be, this is not who I will be moving forward, for the sake of my family and Liz. Most importantly, Liz, that if I am able to earn her trust back and earn her respect back, that you do not evil eye the shit out of her or my family. You can hate me. This is a big mistake.
He's also so dumb. I get him off my screen. Not only did you cheat, you made it impossible for her to take you back and maintain her brand. You do know that. Like, I hope he knows that, like, it's the same thing with Wendy Williams in them. It's like these women have built a brand, and you, a random man, come in there and trying to mess it up. Just mess it up. Like, it's like, girl, if she takes me back, please don't attack her. Yes, they're gonna drag her through these streets. If this woman who has been teaching confidence and letting men go and not settling and not accepting this and not accepting that, like, obviously she can't control another man cheating. She can control if she goes back to that man. I don't watch her content, so I don't care. But if she takes you back, oh, the girl's gonna drag her. The girl's gonna drag her, and not only that, he then go on to post a picture of him and her, trying to, like, I don't know, tell her how good it was. These men make me sick. These type men make me sick. You make me sick. All right. So that's that on that. I'm happy you all stayed with me through it. Note, ain't no vetting. These men just sit up there and lie to your face. The good men aren't that good. Divesting ain't gonna help if you're not vetting and you can't vet. And these men will literally sit in your face while you make a fool out of yourself to the public, talking about how strong your relationship is while they're out there cheating with other women and men. We only heard about the woman he was cheating with. We don't know. I don't know if he was cheating with men. So I cannot say he was cheating with men. And it would be wrong of me to say or imply or suggest that this man right here that was with the withered Liz was cheating with a man. I don't know that as a fact, but we do know about the woman that he was cheating with. All right. Cool. Thank you all so very much. So very much. I will let you all know, for those of you who are into Beyonce pop culture, I will let you know when my other channel is up and ready. I'm trying to do it next month, which is like tomorrow in 2 days' time. So I will see you then. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. We went way longer than I thought. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. So good night. Bye.